She'll float. She'll float.
All right, good evening, everyone. Let's say good evening and welcome. This is going to be a combined special meeting and work session of the Board of Education with a consent agenda for January 23rd, 2024 is officially called to order. The agenda for the meeting and additional materials being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meeting tabs. The meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Our Superintendent Guerrero is going to be able to make it today as he is ill. And taking his seat tonight will be the Chief of Staff, Mr. Garcia. Yes. All right, I want to remind everyone to please keep walkways and aisles clear and be mindful of those sitting behind you. And if you have signs, please keep them at chest level so the people behind you can see as well. We have a full agenda this evening, and I know there is much anticipation on a variety of topics that we have tonight. All right, so I want to begin tonight's meeting by recognizing the significant impact of the winter storms that occurred last week. All of us here at PPS would like to express our heartfelt sympathies for the lives that were lost. To all the families affected, please know that you have our sincerest condolences and unwavering support. You are in our thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. As well, we have witnessed considerable damage to our homes, our properties, and our schools, with some of them experiencing various degrees of destruction. So I do want to take a time out just to thank our staff who went out to assess the work that was needed to start making repairs, clearing walkways, clearing sidewalks, and just trying to take care of the buildings. And they did that day and night throughout this whole process. So I just want to give a thanks to them. All right. Also, given that we have schools that have sustained significant damage and are not able to return to normal operations, I wanted to make sure that we focus on them at the beginning of this board meeting. It wasn't on our agenda, but when we have important issues, those rise up to the top. So I'm going to ask Chief Garcia if he can give us updates on those schools and the updates and the procedures moving forward. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and Directors and PPS community. Good evening. Jonathan Garcia, Chief of Staff. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the 3 schools currently closed after the devastating impact of last week's winter storms. First, we are thankful that all but a handful of schools opened yesterday. This largely results from our hardworking facilities and operations team who have made a considerable effort to ensure these schools were open for in-person instruction. And thank you, Chair, for acknowledging their incredible work this last week. I also want to thank the Governor's Office, the City of Portland, and Multnomah County who have partnered with us and supported us through these weather-related challenges. We're incredibly grateful to the Governor's Office for sending additional state plumbers and staff to our impacted sites, which allowed us to repair impacted schools even faster. Unfortunately, some of our schools did experience extensive damage. Unlike other schools, burst pipes and flooding affected multiple rooms in some of our buildings. Water damaged plaster, drywall, and disrupted the asbestos when ceilings pipes burst. And as we know, the impacted schools are Markham Elementary, Robert Gray Middle School, and the Kelly Center Head Start. Unfortunately, the impact of these damages is severe at these schools, which will require a prolonged closure. Our focus right now is on bringing back students to in-person learning. Again, our current focus is to bring Markham, Robert Gray, and Kelly Center Head Start students back to in-person learning as soon as possible. There's a huge sense of urgency to make this happen. We agree with our parents and educators' concern that online learning cannot replace in-person learning. Although some limited asynchronous instruction is available this week, we see it as a short-term stopgap measure rather than a long-term solution. This is why a large PPS team is actively working on plans for alternative in-person locations for these schools. Our focus has been twofold: to relocate students to one of our existing school buildings, or if necessary, relocate to a third-party site. Of course, it is more than just finding a new location with viable capacity. We have other critical considerations beyond physical space, including transportation, nutrition services, technology, and security. We've contacted neighboring school districts, PCC, Portland Parks and Rec, and others to find options for spaces to relocate students temporarily. However, given the various considerations, our current assessment leads us to believe the most viable path forward is to relocate students to other PPS buildings, as opposed to relocate them to a non-school district site. This may require us to split the student body between buildings, transform non-classrooms into classrooms, and make other adjustments to our other buildings. For example, we believe we've identified a path to bring back our students at Kelly Center Head Start, and we hope to share more with this community in the next few days. Determining the best alternative option for our students at Markham and Robert Gray will likely take a few more days, but we plan to communicate daily with the school board and the impacted school communities about the latest. Again, I want to thank our community for your patience and for your understanding as we navigate these challenges. We're available to answer any questions you might have tonight, but please know that we might not have some of the answers. Joining me at the dais is our Chief Operating Officer, Dan Young, and our Chief of Schools, Dr. John Franco, who's joining virtually to help me answer any questions you might have.
All right, board, any questions regarding the closures of schools?
Thanks.
I'm curious about the timeline for getting kids back in a learning environment that's in person.
Yeah, it's a good question. We've pursued a bunch of different potential options, and we're still looking at options, as Jonathan noted. We think the best path forward is to relocate students to existing other PPS sites. Right now, we're doing capacity analysis and really coming up with exactly what that plan is, specifically which students would go where, how would we accommodate them. And so that's happening right now, and we hope to share more specifics within the next day or two.
Thanks. And I mean, we're talking like 900 students?
Approximately
900 students, which I think it both highlights the importance of and the urgency of it, but also just the logistical challenge, right? Of moving 900 students to different facilities is pretty significant. And I appreciate, I know you said it twice, Chief Garcia, that the focus is really on getting folks back in in-person learning. That's one of the things that I know we all heard from a lot of the community today was concern that that might not be the case. And so just want to reiterate, that's your direction. I think I'll look at my colleagues, that certainly would be my direction as an individual board member. I'm glad we were able to do a little bit of asynchronous this week as a stopgap, but it really needs to be a stopgap. So, and I appreciate, it sounds like the state has been providing some support and some other governments as well. I know one of the things that I'll just say, like, there should be no other government that's getting their buildings fixed prior to schools. And if you need us to throw any of our, political weight around, whether it's the city, the county, those contractors should all be schools first. And I think those governments would agree if they were brought into that conversation. So I hope we're not competing in that sense. With maybe the exception of some, life and safety, public safety things, but, schools need to be first in that. And so I would also say, in addition, obviously your first priority is getting folks back. I would also say, I hope whatever tools you need, you have. And if the board needs to authorize any of those, we're happy to do so, whether it's, you have emergency procurement rules that are designed for exactly this type of situation. The other thing I just have to note, this is what ending fund balances are for. We often hear from the community, why do you have such an ending fund? This is it, right? The cost of getting these kids either into their temporary location or back into their permanent schools should not be the issue right now. And again, hopefully we can get reimbursed for these costs. I know we have insurance for some of it. FEMA, I hope, given the state of emergency, will also be able to cover some of those costs, but we'll worry about the cost accounting afterwards and focus on getting those folks back in at this point. And the other thing I just want to note is how quickly things are changing. So this is one of those stories. I I have a kid in schools, not in either of these, but I can feel the frustration of the parents in terms of what's happening. I also just want to recognize the short period of time in terms of when we found out. It sounds like the extent, like a lot of Oregonians, it wasn't until the ice melted that we could really see the full extent of what happened. And you and your team, sounds like, have been moving really as quickly as you can in the meantime, right?
Yeah, it's been very dynamic over the last 10 days, and we've got staff who've worked, 15, 16 consecutive days, very long days. When last week, as the weather was developing and the impacts were becoming clear, there was one point in time where we were looking at roughly 11 or 12 schools that we wouldn't be open the following day. So we had contractors, we had staff working in dozens of schools, responding to emergencies, and did a good job of getting a lot of them open and ready. We have these handful that still have this significant damage. So our resources have gone from broad to more narrow, and now we're still putting all the resources that we can to get in the schools fixed as quickly as possible, but also looking at where those temporary locations are. So it's very dynamic. Things are moving very quickly. We're moving resources around daily where we need them.
And then on just the point on the resources, we are working with the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management to identify federal financial recovery, mostly through FEMA. So we are keeping tabs and expect that the federal government, given the emergency declarations, that we would receive funding to address some of these issues.
Yeah, and so I would just say, getting the kids, in person as quickly as we can, getting the buildings fixed. And then I would say the longer term is, after the buildings are fixed and they're back in, figuring out, what, if anything, was lost in that period of time, and then what those students may need, whether it's additional academic support, social emotional support, the other things, sort of those wraparound services, And I want to be clear, these are the two schools most impacted, but there are some other schools, right, that, also were delayed in reopening and have a lot of damage. So this is affecting the entire district to a extent. So, all right, thank you for the update. Really appreciate it.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Frank.
I was wondering what the async work looks like.
Dr. Franco?
Yeah, good evening, directors. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, and I do want to also acknowledge that what Director Scott said is that we also had Ainsworth and Forest Park. I think in the opening comments, I think they were missed, but Forest Park was also in that piece. And shout out to Ainsworth because they, not only the maintenance staff, but the admin staff too, were able to do some things to allow us to open the building, to have kids this week, and they started today. So asynchronous by nature is, flexible. By no means is it ideal. The good thing with now is that at the secondary level in particular, Canvas is an LMS. At the elementary level, it is Seesaw. So there's opportunities there for teachers to provide schedules, but then also to upload work and then also to provide feedback. And so what you'll find in the plans is there are daily opportunities for check-ins. And, attendance is also a big piece. And so what you'll also find in some of the plans is that if students don't access some of those distinct social opportunities, that teachers are individually calling to check in. It's different than synchronous. Synchronous, as we've all learned, like during COVID, synchronous is a little bit different, where there's set time where meetings happen in conjunction with the teacher. So it's kind of like a class, except it's albeit much shorter. But the asynchronous is a little bit more flexible with uploading of lessons. And so the big challenge with asynchronous moving forward is obviously it's not in-person type of instruction, but it's making sure that obviously devices and those types of things are in our kids' hands. The staff had access to go pick up materials from classrooms and those types of things, but then also to do an assessment of students to see, okay, so if they don't have that and they can't access any of that, but then what does that look like from a paper pencil type of perspective? And so we're still working through that, those pieces this week. Any other questions?
So Director Scott covered a lot of the topics that I was going to ask about. I do want to just acknowledge and thank staff for prioritizing getting students back to in-person learning as soon as possible. When I asked yesterday, the immediate response was that's a priority, and I'm glad to hear it. There's a sense of urgency. I had a chance to speak to some Markham parents today, and I will just say the sense of urgency they feel for their students, just given everything that else that's happened this year and then previously COVID, they're very concerned about the loss of in-person learning time and that the virtual learning, whether it's asynchronous or synchronous, is neither one of them is the same as being in a classroom. So I think three things. It sounds like your focus right now is on looking at relocating to other schools, and I would say you have a lot of people in the community who also have professional expertise, so I would tap them if that turns out to not work, because we have a lot of people who want to help problem solve. And not only did I hear it from Markham parents, but also from others today of what else could be done. So I hope we take our community up on them wanting to see those students back in the classroom. The other issue was raised, and this has somewhat been addressed, but I hope we'll continue it while we're acting with urgency, but also that making sure that students have the Chromebooks, hotspots, or whatever it is they need so that they can at least immediately start accessing that. So if it hasn't already happened, trying to, the sense from parents, they don't want to miss any additional time. And then there was also a question that I'm curious about for students in special ed. What sort of services, especially if they're relocated to other schools, would they be accessing the services they need from their new school community or their other school community? So in a sense, we also, students in special ed have had just the challenges either from virtual learning or through the strike or the week of winter weather, had additional challenges. So I'm curious about, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Franco.
I'm actually going to invite Jay Buno, our Chief of Student Support Services, to respond on the special ed.
Good evening. So we have an intensive skills classroom at Markham, which actually we did move to in-person learning. We have it at Jackson right now, and so they started in person today. And so they have their teachers and their service providers in person. And we had amazing staff, our Markham staff, and central office support, transportation, and facilities that just made that happen very quickly. And so as soon as we're able to identify a spot for our Markham students, we will rejoin them with them. But because of what you described and the experiences with asynchronous or synchronous learning, we wanted them in person as soon as we can. So we found a location and made them in person very quickly. So,
If you don't mind, just quick follow up on that. So the students in Markham are at Jackson, so elementary students at a middle school. So ideally, they would be eventually co-located at an elementary school, which...
Yeah, Jackson is the feeder school primarily for them, and they have an ISC classroom also. And so a lot of the equipment and other resources that they have would be similar. And so because of that, and they had space that could easily accommodate them very quickly. And because of the time frame, it made sense, and we could get them started quickly. And so that's why we selected that. But yes, we will want to join them with their Markham community as soon as we can.
Sorry, one last question, just still on special ed. So students who have IEPs either at Robert Gray or Markham that aren't in that classroom,
Right.
How are they getting special ed services? Or how?
So right now, and as is with their experience every day, they are receiving services as part of the general education classroom, and so their experience right now looks the same as any student does. And so as we move forward and identify spaces for all students at those schools, we will look at if we would need to do anything additional for them as a result of missed learning or missed service, and make that up if need be, depending upon amount of time they would have missed service. So.
Director DePass?
I just, thank you for that presentation. I was really curious about what we're doing about resilience for, we can't do anything about the weather, but as the weather does get worse and worse and we experience the impacts of climate change, what are we doing it's hard to be resilient for a tree falling on your building, but what are we doing to build resilience into our buildings, particularly as we're going to have the bond discussion, potential bond on the agenda tonight? So for future planning.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's probably a longer conversation. I mean, the thing that instantly comes to mind is all our modernizations have at least a portion of their facility, if that their entire facility, if it's all new construction, that is designed to seismic level category 4, which means it's intended to, after a large earthquake, be immediately occupiable again. Now, that doesn't mean all utilities will be available. That means that the structure is there. So we're building in components to buildings as we modernize. Also opportunities for other resiliency options. But that's the one that comes to mind particularly. We also, of course, have our climate crisis response policy, which as we implement that, will add to those resiliency capabilities.
Okay, so I'm just a follow-up question. We're doing burying utilities, for instance, or doing building performance measures that increase the resilience in weather events, or are seismic events enough to cover weather events as well? I mean, if we build it to a seismic standard, does that also account for, increased heat and increased winter storms like we just had?
Yeah, I think it's a broad and kind of a dynamic topic, and certainly if you build for seismic strengthening, that doesn't also cover all manner of potential disasters. So I think there is some more conversation in what those trade-offs are when you build in that additional options within the buildings.
And I would say that I just appreciate the board's commitment to our response to the climate crisis, because the board policy clearly outlines a path for us to address this issue of resiliency. And so as our team continues its effort to meet the goals set out by the board, I think that is going to be a much more prominent conversation that we have at the board level, including potentially tonight as part of the discussions around the bond.
All right, any other board questions, comments, thoughts?
I guess this goes to Jay. As far as tutoring, not necessarily just special ed people, but tutoring in general, do you think there'll be extra ability to offer that to people who are not getting back?
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, thank you. I think our first priority right now is to focus on getting the students back in school in person. And then I think, like, as other folks have discussed, once the kids are all back in receiving instruction, then we're going to have to take an assessment of the totality of the impact and then see how we're going to respond.
Okay,
So.
thanks.
All right, thanks, everyone. If you got any additional questions, feel free to email either Jonathan or Dan or John. All right, so move on to the next consent agenda. The board will now vote on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I got you. All right, we have Director Burnett-Wirtz moves, Director DePass seconds. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any public comments?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6828 through 6830. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Hearing no opposition, Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right. No abstentions heard. Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, next item is to approve the Student Investment Account Agreement. The Student Success Account requires that Student Investment Account, SIA, grant agreement be presented to the Portland Public School Board of Education for approval with the opportunity for the public to provide comments. On January 9th of this year, we received the Student Investment Account Grant Agreement, which included the longitudinal performance growth target that had opportunity to provide public comment. Next, we will vote on the agreement. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6831?
Motion.
Second.
Director Green, motion. Director Brim Edwards, second. Is there any board discussion? All right, hearing none. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 6831, resolution to approve the Student Investment Account Grant Agreement. By voting yes on this resolution, we are approving this grant agreement with the Oregon Department of Education. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All right, hearing no opposition, Student Director Silverstein, please indicate your vote.
Yes.
All right. Hearing no abstentions, Resolution 6831 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Director Silverstein unofficially voting yes. All right, next we have staff here to provide the Early Literacy Grant Agreement application. I would like to remind board members that tonight we are getting a brief presentation on the Early Literacy Grant Agreement application. We will be voting on it at the February 6th board meeting. I know that a lot of board members have expressed quite a lot of interest in the literacy and how we are implementing the new language arts curriculum. We will be having a separate presentation on We will be having a separate presentation on implementation of the curriculum at the February 6th meeting. Chief Garcia, would you like to introduce this item?
Sure, thank you, Chair Hollins. So tonight, presenting our Early Literacy Success Grant are Dr. Christina Howard, Interim Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Emily Glasgow, Senior Director of PK5 Core Academics, Melissa Schaffner, Director of K5 English Learning, Language Arts and Social Studies, Dana Narenberg, and Darcy Soto, our Senior Director and Director of Learning Acceleration.
Just want to make sure the presentation gets loaded. Okay, good evening, board directors. My name is Christina Howard, and I am the interim chief academic officer, not a doctor yet. Almost. I am pleased to share the facilitation night with several others. Dr. Emily Glasgow, our senior director of pre-K 5 core academics, Melissa Schaffner, Director K5 English Language Arts and Social Studies, and Darcy Soto, Director of Learning Acceleration. Tonight we are here to share about our Early Literacy Success Grant application. We are really focused on the early literacy portion tonight and on February 6th, just as Chair Hollins shared. We will be providing you with an update on K-12 ELA curriculum implementation, and that is similar to our K-12 math curriculum implementation update that we did on January 9th. For our agenda tonight, we are going to start with our why and our approach to advancing towards educational equity. Next, Emily will share a brief overview about Oregon's Early Literacy Success Initiative and information about the Early Literacy Success Grant application. Melissa, Darcy, and Emily will take us through each of the allowable expense categories and share what we are currently doing in PPS and how we propose to use the grant dollars within each category to build on what we are currently doing. Along the way, we will share rationale and data points in alignment with our decision making. We will close out the presentation with the overall budget proposal around the grant dollars and allow for any questions you may have. Next slide, please. So just similar to the math presentation, we always ground our presentations and our actions and our why and our roadmap to educational equity. Across the Instruction and School Communities Division, we believe our adult action should prioritize the 3 instructional priorities: instructional framework, high quality instructional materials, and teacher professional learning. We believe by prioritizing and narrowing our focus and actions to the 3 instructional priorities, we will shift our student outcomes and we will advance towards educational equity. Good evening. Thank you. In 2023, ODE, under Governor Kotek's leadership, launched a new statewide early literacy framework, articulating both a vision and a roadmap for multifaceted investments and research-based best practices to build a solid literacy framework for our youngest learners, birth to 3rd grade. Our superintendent and others within our PPS community were instrumental in advocating for this statewide prioritization of early literacy. The framework identifies 4 key goals. First, an intensive focus on investments, resources, and best practices that lay a strong literacy foundation from birth to 3rd grade. Within the scope of PPS programs, this means an intensive focus on investments that support pre-K through 3rd grade literacy, as an investment in the foundations that set all of our students on a pathway to long-term literacy success. Second, targeted supports and investments in historically marginalized communities with a focus on reducing early literacy disparities for students of color, English language learners, and students with disabilities. Third, a focus on supports to families and communities as critical partners in the early literacy landscape. And fourth, an expectation that all districts in Oregon align pre-K through 3rd grade instructional resources and classroom practices with the strong body of research that we refer to as the science of reading. We'll share more about what this means later in the presentation. In pursuit of these priorities, our state legislation has designated targeted grant funds to support school districts with the challenging but critical work of aligning with the vision and roadmap described in the early literacy framework. These district grants are non-competitive, application-based, and renewable. They are strictly earmarked for district-wide work that supports pre-K through 3rd grade educators and students. As Christina noted, there are specific allowable expenditure categories that we're going to walk through this evening. For every category, we are responsible for articulating our current state and a data-based rationale for continuing or new investments. We will also be responsible for ongoing reporting to the state on these expenditures. Our initial application was due January 8th. Tonight's conversation is an opportunity for public comment and board discussion. Our hope is that you will vote to approve our application on February 6th. Following board approval, ODE will award our grant. During this startup year, we're allowed to use grant funds to cover approved expenditures back to October 2023, and we're also allowed to roll funds from year 1 to year 2 of the biennium. Overall, the state has designated $90 million for these grants to Oregon districts during the 2023-25 biennium. Of that larger pie, PPS has been designated approximately $6.7 million, split evenly across the 2 years of the biennium, this year and next. We expect to be able to reapply for funding each biennium. Given this jumpstart timeline, we anticipate that the bulk of our first biennium funds will be spent in year 2 of this cycle, the 24-25 school year, and we'll share a detailed budget at the end of the presentation. Before I pass to my colleagues to walk you through each category, I want to just pause to share a brief reflection. The process of preparing this application has been validating, hopeful, and exciting, different than how we started tonight's meeting. Great, this is good news. I'm extremely proud of the work PPS is already doing in alignment with the Oregon Early Literacy Framework and national best practices related to the science of reading. We're well on our way. These new investments are an incredible opportunity to continue on our current path, but supplement and accelerate both adult and student learning to ensure that our investments are translating to the student outcomes articulated in our board goals, specifically for Black and Native students. I strongly believe these investments are and will be transformational for our youngest students and therefore for our system at large. So I'm going to start by passing to Melissa Schochner, our Director of K-5 English Language Arts and Social Studies, and she's going to walk us through our first allowable expense categories.
Good evening. So the first category that we allocate funds of this grant is for purchasing research-aligned curriculum. This is a place where PPS is ahead of the game and already well aligned with state expectations. The image you see on this slide is called the Scarborough's Rope. It is one of the central graphics used in the science of reading research to describe how young children learn to read. It shows how, in the primary grades, young children need explicit instruction in all the components of foundational skills and reading comprehension, background knowledge, vocabulary knowledge, language structure, verbal reasoning, literacy knowledge, phonological awareness, decoding and spelling, and sight recognition or phonics. Since 2018, PPS has been working on purchasing and implementing curricular resources to align with this research. And as of the fall of 2022, we have had fully aligned resources in all K-5 classrooms. These resources include Wit and Wisdom, Geodes, Foundations, and Heggerty. This slide illustrates how these resources align with and support the science of reading research. So what does this look like in our classrooms? Let me give you an example of what you would see if you walked into a third grade classroom now, and at the next board meeting, when we share an overview of K-12 ELA curriculum implementation, we can go deeper. On a daily basis, 2 hours are focused on reading and writing. So in a Wit and Wisdom 90-minute lesson, you will see students reviewing 2 different books to determine the advantages and disadvantages of space travel to support their opinion essay answering the questions, would you like to have been an astronaut on the Apollo space mission? They also learn about the importance of varieties of sentence complexity and review each of others' writing drafts, giving specific feedback about sentence complexity. This lesson addresses all the language comprehension strands of the Scarborough's rope that you see at the top of the graphic. In a Foundations 30-minute lesson, you'll see pairs of students writing a core word and adding a prefix and discussing how it changes the meaning of the word. They'd write the word respect and add the prefix dis. Next, students would have to practice all their cursive. They have all practiced all their cursive lowercase letters, and the teacher would dictate a few letters for them to practice. This lesson addresses decoding and basic handwriting skills to practice. Finally, in their day, there is an additional 30 minutes a day called the WIN block, What I Need. In this WIN block is a time for students to get exactly what they need to accelerate their learning, which may be in reading or in math. With this grant, we'll be able to further develop curriculum alignment by extending explicit phonemic awareness instruction to our pre-K classrooms with the addition of the Heggerty curriculum. The second category.
Quick question before you move on to.
Sure.
So is the Haggerty for PK, is that what we're going to be purchasing with
Yes.
the funds?
Yes.
And then when you mentioned some of the stuff, I know we're going to go more deep into it on the 6th, but I didn't really hear you talk about the culturally relevant curriculum or materials as well. Would that be talked more about on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will say culturally relevant is what teachers make of the curriculum. I'm going to echo the same thing my partner Patrice Wood said. Culturally relevant is what teachers do for curriculum. It's the relationships you build with students. It's not a checklist. It's not a curriculum. It's what teachers do with the curriculum that makes it culturally relevant.
So will our teachers be trained on how to incorporate that into their lessons?
Yes.
Okay. We have a board member who would like an example of what that looks like.
I'm sorry, I could speak for myself, but I kind of whispered that. It would help me to get an understanding of what that means, not the culturally relevant piece, but what is an example of how a teacher translates the space books that you just brought forward. How does that look to present that in a culturally relevant
Sure.
manner?
I think one of the things that we get caught up on is that culture is not just about race. Culture is about many things, and I think we can go deeper next time. But culture is about thinking of yourself in many different ways. So in this unit, they're talking about space. So would you like to be an astronaut is the question. Would you like to go out into space? Would you like to be an engineer? So it's opening up a whole possibility of different careers that students could be. And so that's a really great thought experiment the students get to have in 3rd grade. So that's an example about how they get to explore. And so it's inquiry based on what students' interests are. And
Thanks.
that's culturally responsive, getting to know your students.
Thanks. I know we're gonna go a lot more into it on this
Yes.
on the 6th too. So, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So the second category that we can allocate funds for in this grant is for professional development coaching. Our current state analysis reveals that we're also on track in this category. All of our K-5 teachers have been given the opportunity to be trained in our research-based core curricular resources. Our school-based coaches and school leaders guide our educators in professional learning cycles and classroom coaching to support deeper internalization and implementation of these resources. And we have invested time and resources since 2020 in supporting educators through the LETRS Professional Learning Program. LETRS is an intensive 160-hour professional learning experience that helps educators understand the science of reading research. In PPS, we have had 642 educators begin this training, and as of January this year, 144 educators have completed this 2-year program, and 369 educators have completed the first year of the program. Using grant funds from the governor's office, we partnered with MESD and other districts in Multnomah County this past year to study the impacts of investing in LETRS. That independent study is linked here for your review, but to summarize, we learned important lessons that are driving our planning for use of these grant funds. First, we learned that it's important for educators to learn the science of reading research. However, they likely do not need 160 hours of training, and in reality, this time commitment is not feasible for most educators. Second, we learned that professional learning around the research is most impactful when it is done in the context of a learning cohort and supported by coaching that helps educators make the connection between the research and their curricular resources. Based on our lessons learned, we are prioritizing the following extended or continuing investments with the new grant funds in this category. Pre-K will need initial PD to understand the phonological awareness and how to use the new Haggerty curriculum. We are also seeking an external partner to help us develop a year-long compressed science of reading professional learning experience that educators can complete as a school team during contractual time. This experience would include basic understandings of the components of science of reading, phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluence, comprehension, and coaching and professional learning around how educators can connect this research knowledge to the curricular resources they use in the classroom every day. With this grant, we will offer year-long intensive PD for approximately 20 schools per year to ensure our educators and administrators have this basic knowledge and can apply it using our current curriculum. Our goal will be to ensure that all K-5 schools have this opportunity within the next 3 years. In the meantime, we will also train all our school-based instructional coaches so that every school has a resident expert in this area. Lastly, we know that teachers need time to internalize lessons and adjust lessons to support the students in front of them. We also know that Wit and Wisdom is a particularly complex curriculum that requires an ongoing unpacking and internalization. And we also use this grant to provide release time for grade level teams to do this work with their school-based coaches. Darcy, you want to do the third category?
Delighted. Good evening. In expense category 3, we're going to shift to talking about summer learning opportunities, which is one of the required investments of the grant funds. So we've included both our early kindergarten transition program and our summer acceleration program in the early literacy success grant proposal. Our early kindergarten transition program has been a partnership and investment in the district for over a decade. Each summer, the program supports over 200 priority students' successful transition to kindergarten at 18 of our highest needs schools. And so as part of the literacy grant funds, we'll be using those funds to maintain that investment and to make some program refinements to improve the literacy aspect of instruction in that EKT program. So we're really excited about that. And Summer Acceleration Academy is our 4-week academic program in the summer that is focused on providing students who are performing below benchmark in literacy with a successful on-ramp to the fall through explicit, targeted reading instruction, as well as high engagement mathematics and STEM instruction. In the summer of 2023, last summer, we served 2,278 students at 17 sites across the district. Those last year was funded by ESSER and braided funds with the student investment account. And supporting students in 1st through 3rd grade, those were the highest rates of participation and need in Summer Acceleration Academy. So we have some really promising data on a study that was used in 2022 with the curriculum that we used in 2022 and 2023 that demonstrated that our students in rising 1st and 2nd grade in that curriculum experienced statistically significant gains over the summer in foundational skills. So we're really proud of that work and really excited to continue to move it forward. This upcoming summer, we're going to continue to use that curriculum as well as making some additional changes to the day to add in additional literacy instruction time and support staff so that all students who are attending get the level of support they need in literacy with daily differentiated instruction, co-teaching, and small group instruction. And then we're going to move on to our last category, which is high dosage tutoring.
Just before you move.
Sure.
So I want to make sure I understand. You said you had the data from the summer acceleration stuff we did in 2022 for 2023.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you also have the data for the early kinder transition pieces as far as how those kids are doing as well? I'm just saying this because this is the kind of stuff I'm gonna ask for on the 6th.
Yeah.
You don't have to give it to me. I'm just knowing this is what I'm gonna ask for on the 6th.
We'll be happy to follow up with some data from EKT. That'll be different than our topic on the 6th, so we can get that to you a different way.
Thanks.
Is you linked evaluation to the presentation? Is that where the data lives, or where the program results? It's from Pacific Research and Evaluation.
No.
That was the study on letters that Melissa talked about.
Okay.
No, but we can get it to you. It's a report from our partners at Wilson. We used a curriculum-based assessment when implementing their Ready to Rise curriculum for literacy in 1st and 2nd grade and rising 1st and 2nd grade in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I had a question. What curriculum did you use in the summer for summer acceleration? Was it the same or totally different?
We use Wilson's Ready to Rise, which is a partner of our core adopted curriculum.
Okay, so it's
aligned, well
kind of to
aligned.
help support.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're continuing to use that.
Okay.
Yep. Just moving on to high dosage tutoring, I'll be brief, which is another required component of the grant application and also an area where we have already begun to invest time and resources and where we have also seen some exciting preliminary results. We had started in 2021-22 using ESSER funds to launch high dosage tutoring using research-informed best practices for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students in foundational skills during after-school tutoring, and continued that investment last year and expanded the impact to 22 schools with some promising results for those students, again, in grades 3, 4, and 5. And then had planned a broader implementation this fall to begin in early November. That would have provided an 8-week cycle prior to today's date. But unfortunately, with the extended school closure and subsequent budget issues, that's on pause for the moment. But with the funds from the Early Literacy Success Grant, we'll be able to continue that work starting in the spring of 2024 and beyond into the next school years. And we're currently developing resources for our earlier elementary students in 1st and 2nd grade that will align well with our adopted curriculum and also allow us to scale that program to maximize the use of funds.
Can I just get a clarification?
Sure.
Did you say that the high dosage tutoring was paused this fall
That's correct.
for everybody? Because I swear we've had presentations all fall that have talked about high dosage tutoring being offered to students. And this is maybe not your question, but like all the other presenters we've had has talked about this as a key strategy that we've had for catching up students. So I'm just curious, this is the first time I've heard that it was paused. Is it just a segment of the program paused, or like all of it paused?
It is a key strategy that we've implemented the past 2 years and was planned to begin following fall assessments to identify students this fall. So it has not yet occurred this year.
So it happened last year, but it hasn't been happening this year.
That's correct.
I think the timeline was coinciding with the work stoppage, right? And so then we had to review all of our assessments. And so I think some of the earlier presentations were probably citing some of the things that had happened last year. And I can go back and review some of those. Right now, because of the timeline was coinciding with the work stoppage, so that's something, and through these dollars, right, we can pick that back up, and we can do it this year too.
So there's been no high dosage tutoring this year.
We have put that on pause based on the budgetary discussions that we're in right now.
But it got put on pause after last year's, or I'm sorry,
Yeah, it
you've
was
had
ready
like
to start in November, which coincided with the work stoppage, right? That was the month of November.
So there's been no high dosage tutoring this year.
Correct. We have plans to pick that back up based on, right, so it's a yet, it's not a, it's because of everything that has happened, right? We had to reassess our budgetary decisions.
And I will say, high dosage tutoring is actually it's a required, not just an allowable expenditure under this grant. So we have to pick it back up, and we intend to this spring with these funds. So
I'm glad to hear that, because often when we've asked, like, what are the strategies for our students who needed acceleration coming out of COVID, one of the key strategies that have been cited that we're using is high dosage tutoring. So maybe I missed it, but I'm surprised we haven't been doing it this year.
Yeah, we have aligned those timelines with assessment timelines, right, so that we can identify students for high dosage tutoring opportunities. And so that fall window would have closed in early October, and then working to identify students. And the plan was to put that in place starting November 1, and then just needing to take obviously a pause on that because we use our licensed staff, and we have schools, children in school for tutoring.
So for example, sorry, one last question. So for example, we approve this at the next meeting. When will students start getting high dosage tutoring? After the next MAPS testing period? Or are you saying for next year?
No, this spring. Yeah.
Okay, so after the next MAPS assessment?
Yes.
And you'll use the MAPS assessment of who could benefit the most in what particular area?
MAP, we've used MAP reading assessment, and we have now MAP fluency this year that we will also use to identify our earlier learners for high dosage tutoring. And the timeline of how many weeks of high dosage tutoring we'll be able to get in before the end of the school year will just depend on a little bit on getting staffing going, but the plan is ready. It's been ready since the fall, and we're just hoping to implement as soon as we can get funding.
Okay, thanks.
we have 2 more slides for you. I know Director Green has been very patient. Can you sit through 2 more, or do you need to do questions now? You got it? Okay, all right. I'm watching you ready. I know.
I've got a pen and a pad.
We want to talk about the last allowable expense category and then just do a quick overview of the budget, and then we're ready for whatever questions you have. So the last allowable expense category is hiring that you might need to do to back up these various priorities that we're spending on. The grant allows for hiring of very specific FTE roles in support of the articulated priorities, largely for coaching, intervention, and tutoring. Our current state analysis in this area revealed that we've already made a significant and relevant investment in professional development and coaching by placing school-based instructional coaches in all K-5 schools. However, it should be noted that in our current model, these coaches are generalists. They're not curriculum specialists in that they support educators with implementation of all core curriculum across all core content areas in all grades. We also currently have 38 FTE across our K-5 schools designated for direct student intervention. These school-based positions are currently funded through a variety of sources. Our MTSS team provides some central guidance and support for these positions and continues to see opportunity for increased clarity, guidance, and professional learning in this area. In terms of central support, we currently have one administrator, Melissa, our director of K-5 ELA and social studies, overseeing ELA work across our 60 elementary schools. Our analysis led us to prioritize the following extensions to support continued and deeper work in this area. We plan to create approximately 6 additional school-based curriculum-specific coaching positions. These would be early literacy coaches. This cadre of coaches would be supported by our central office team, and they would work with the 20 schools engaged in our year-long Science of Reading professional learning sequence to help K-3 educators translate their learning on research to classroom practice by providing in-field coaching. The need for this extra layer of support is in alignment with the outcomes of the letter study discussed earlier by Melissa. We'll add 7 additional school-based student-facing ELA interventionists supported and allocated by the MTSS department to ensure that our schools with the highest database need for early literacy intervention are equipped with highly trained interventionists. And we'll add just 1 central early literacy specialist position to work with Melissa. The primary responsibility of this person will be to guide and support the 20 schools engaged in the year-long Science of Reading professional learning experience and the cadre of early literacy coaches who are supporting educators in these schools. So if we now flip to the actual budget, you have attached a much more detailed 2-year budget worksheet. This is sort of a high-level summary of the biennium spending. On this slide, you can see that we've prioritized investments in continued learning and development around Tier 1 or core early literacy instruction. This is the teaching and learning that occurs every day for 2 hours in every kindergarten through 3rd grade classroom, and every day integrated across the day in our pre-K classrooms. These investments including the extension of our phonological awareness curriculum to pre-K, the year-long Science of Reading professional learning sequence, funds to support educators with unpacking and planning their wit and wisdom modules, and a small cadre of early literacy coaches supported by 1 central early literacy specialist. Those investments comprise 48% of our investments in the first biennium. Those are Tier 1 investments. At the same time, we also know that there are students currently in our pre-K through 3rd grade classrooms who are already in need of intervention and acceleration. Therefore, we are also investing a significant amount of funds in this first biennium to extended learning and intervention. These investments, which include additional school-based early literacy interventionists, continuation of both early kindergarten summer transition and our summer acceleration academies, and ongoing high-dosage tutoring, comprise 47% of our investments in the first biennium. Given the Jumpstart timeline, the bulk of our funding will be spent during the 2nd year of the biennium, the 24-25 school year, with the exception of things like high-dosage tutoring that we'd be able to get off the ground right away as soon as these funds are released. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. We welcome questions and discussion, and we hope that you will vote to approve this application on February 6th so that we can embark on our next steps of our early literacy transformation in PPS. Thank you for your patience with us.
I will, in light of time, and because this is just a presentation about the grant itself, I want to approve the grant. It's not that I don't want us to get the money, but all of my questions are going to be around that I will be sending out. Will be around in light of the comment that I kept hearing tonight. The tone of to continue on our current path, that we know we're doing this stuff to continue on our current path. I just want to state that our current path is not working. It sucks. Our kids can't read, and we're not talking about that. We're not talking about the reality that if we continue on our current path, then we're going to continue to have a bunch of black kids that can't read. They're good students, and I love to have this child in class, but they can't read. So stop telling us that our child is good and that they're great and they can't read. And so every question that I have that I'm going to send out that I would hope you be prepared to answer on the 6th is going to be around what are we going to do? What are we intentionally doing to not continue on our current path, but to actually get our kids reading. Because you said in one of the things that that all K-5 teachers, and I quote, have been given the opportunity to be trained. So to me, words are important. Words are actually extremely powerful. They're some of the most powerful things that we have. You've been given the opportunity, but did they take it? And so if they didn't take it, then they just got the opportunity, then they're part of the problem. And I want to go on record as saying, as much as I love everybody here, I don't have a problem cutting you if you're part of the problem. I don't have a problem saying it's been real, I love you, I think you're great, but you have to go. Because if you're not going to do what we're paying you to do, I don't want you, period. And it's not that I don't like you, I just don't want you here with my kids. And so I just please understand that every one of my questions are going to be very targeted about what we're doing with our black kids. And I have a very high, a very unapologetic black agenda. And I say that all the time. And so I want to be very, very, very clear that although I'm not going to ask all my questions tonight because of time, I will be sending them forth. And I want to know what we're doing to destroy the current path, establish a new path that's going to work for black kids. And that's what I'm gonna want to see. So.
I appreciate that, Dr. Green. Can I give a 2-sentence reply now and then wait for your questions and be prepared on the 6th to tell you more?
I have a whole list of questions.
Yeah, we're looking forward to them. No, that's great. We appreciate the press. It's the right press. It's the right question to be asking. And I guess one thing I just want to say quickly is the path we're on today started last year. So this actually is a new path, and so I just want to keep saying that to you guys. Like, we didn't have this full alignment of resources until 2022, meaning that we don't have any third graders who have come pre-K through third grade with this full continuum of early literacy aligned instruction. And so I just want to keep reminding people of that we're looking at a very lagging data set when we look at third grade data, when really we've started something very new at the early learners end around literacy right now. And so we will continue. Obviously, we're excited to see your questions. We'll dig into them. We'll be ready on the 6th to give more information. And I do want to just keep reminding us we are on a new path. And I think that's exciting.
Can we also all agree that third grade is too late?
Absolutely.
So can
100%.
we agree that if we're waiting to third grade,
Yeah.
then we've already created a problem?
100%.
And that we need to be, we said we were giving money to programs that were doing pre-K work, but did we qualify whether or not they actually got us closer to the mark? Because I don't want to just keep giving money to people simply because that's the old hat and we always give money to these people. I don't really care who we give the money to. I just care that they're teaching my kids how to read. So I'm not just going to keep giving you money because I don't like you like that. I want our kids to read. And if a stranger, somebody that I don't know, someone that, that we don't have all these deep relationships with, if they're more enticed or more like got a bigger push to teach our kids to read so that they can prove themselves, so that they can prove their worth versus I always get this money. So I built my budget on it based on when I always get it, and I ain't really got to do no work for it. I want to fire everybody, but I'm going to stop.
No, thank you. Please send your questions.
And we will work with the board leadership to maybe do a conversation about early education as well.
Thank you.
All right, any other board questions? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I read that it can extend into 4th and 5th grade.
So in year 1, there's a very small allowable expense to extend into 4th and 5th grade. So year 1 is now. In year 2, that gets even smaller. Mm-hmm. So we have designated a small percentage of this budget, which you can see in the detailed budget worksheet, to 4th and 5th grade, and that comes in the form of the science of reading professional learning if they're in that school cadre. By the end of the first biennium, that's going to expire, and these funds will only be for pre-K through 3rd grade beyond the first biennium.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'd just like to say I read some of this materials and saw what you had to go through to do this grant. And I appreciate it so much. That
Thank you for
looked
reading
like
it all.
Quite an effort.
All right, any other comments, questions, thoughts?
I've got some. Were you gonna go? So I have some questions around how this, it's a little bit similar to Director Green's, but how this is like integrated with our other investments that we're making. So let's just take the science of reading. So we have the Coalition of the Willing, that the 143 educators who were fully trained. And we, in the budget, looks like there's going to be 20 more schools, all schools trained.
So what we're looking at, so what the
Or the mini training.
Yeah, the 143 is the folks who went through the 160-hour full, like, endorsement level letters training. Folks can still do that through MESD if that's still something they want to pursue, but we're looking to try to get all 60 schools, all educators, through a compressed version in the next 3 years.
So all educators of the 20 schools.
60 over 3 years would be our goal.
And so the last 20 are, they don't need it.
There are 60. There are 60 elementary
60
schools.
elementary
We're talking about elementary schools.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so by the time this is all through.
That would be our goal.
The 2 million, the whole goal. So there's not, you can choose to do it or choose not to do it.
With
Okay,
your support,
great.
that's our goal.
Then I had a question just about the pre-K curriculum. So the reason why we're paying for that curriculum is because, so our bond, our 2020 bond is supposed to cover all the curriculum, all subjects, all grades, but we didn't include money for pre-K. Is that why it's in here?
That's a good question. I don't know if you want to answer that. I mean, we currently have a pre-K curriculum. It's called Tools of the Mind. It's a full day integrated curriculum, and we've been doing a lot of analysis on like which literacy components of that curriculum align well with our current science of reading aligned approach in kindergarten and beyond. And what we found is there's a lot in our curriculum that already works, and then what's missing is this really strong phonological awareness part that Heggerty offers. Heggerty is 10 minutes a day. It's a small addition, and this grant felt like the right place to locate that funding because, as you know, in a time of diminishing resources, we're trying to use allowable expenses for what they're allowed for, so that we can, free up other expenses for other things. But I think when you look at the detailed budget, you'll see it's a pretty small expense.
We can look into the bond question for you too and get back to you.
Great. So a question about the Summer Acceleration Academy, which having visited the last couple summers, seeing students getting lots of instruction and looking at the data to see that it's helping kids. I'm curious about the slide where it talks about 2,278 students at 17 sites, and then it says maintaining funding for Summer Acceleration Academy for identified first and third grade students at 9 sites. So is there going to be, or is this for the upcoming budget, will there be funding for the other students that aren't included? Is this just the specific funding for this grant, but we're still gonna maintain the supports for the other students, because we know lots of other students need it and would benefit from it?
That's part of our budget conversations coming up. So we're in that work right now. And for tonight's purposes, we're talking about the allowable expenses on the grant and the required expenses, right? This is a required expense as well as high dosage tutor and the other areas that we spoke about.
Yeah, I guess I'm just put a pin in the conversation until we get to the budget, because it seems like, yes, this is for the grant, but we also want to have a holistic strategy, because there's kids in all of our students in all of our schools who need high dosage tutoring. So, like I say, about grant, I'm with Director Green. Again, I'm going to be supportive of it, but I also want to make sure that we're just not doing a piecemeal or portion of our students for programs that have demonstrated results.
Yeah, I'll say we do hope to have as robust a summer program as the budget allows, and this portion is just for those grades because it's an allowable expense. These sites, we have identified 10 hub sites. I think there's just an error on this slide.
Okay.
Identified 10 hub sites, so that's not specific to certain schools, but rather those neighboring schools, as we've done the past 3 years. That this will be the 4th year of the program, and we do anticipate having fewer hub sites, but still serving a large number of students at neighboring schools of each of those sites.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions, comments from any other board members? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next, we're going to have a brief update on the Jefferson Modernization Project. I understand Mr. Dan Young is coming in to give us a brief update.
Chair, we'll have, in addition to our Chief Operating Officer, we'll have Steve Efros, our Senior Project Manager for the Jefferson Project, and Marina Cresswell, our Senior Director of Modernization.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure it's clear that we know we have like 180 days we're going to get the report. We just want to know where we're at in that process. And because of anything that we need to do as a board to help move that along, we're more than willing.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Good evening again. Well, we already did introductions or who's here, so we're just going to do a real quick update and then answer any questions you may have. So I'll turn it over to Marina.
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn this over to Steve Efros. He's our Senior Project Manager for the Jefferson Project team, and he's got the update for you, and then we're available to answer questions after.
Very good. Thank you, Marina. Dan? Thank you, Board Chair and Board Directors. As you all know, obviously, back in December, the Board passed a resolution to reassess plans to modernize Jefferson High School. And in that resolution, there was a revised plan that would keep students and staff largely on the Jefferson campus during construction, design the school for a targeted student enrollment of 1,700, demolish the 1909 Jefferson building, seek to conform to PPS's high school ed specs area program, and not include co-location of the CBSE, Tubman, or other unaffiliated entities to the Jefferson campus. So since then, the project team has worked with the City of Portland and their staff to get more information about land use requirements specifically. So the city has provided information about 2 potential pathways for demolishing the 1909 building. The first would be to request to delist the property from the Piedmont Conservation District, and the second would be to request a demolition permit specifically for the 1909 building. So the project team is now working to put together information for a formal early assistance conference with the city in mid-February, and that's the first required step to either of those pathways. We've also been working pretty much nonstop with the design and construction teams to review site layouts and keep students on site at Jefferson during construction. So our design and construction teams and the OSM team and stakeholder groups in the district are considering what buildings, either existing or new, will need to be provided to students with academic, athletic, and community programs during construction. So staff intends to bring present a draft information to the Facilities and Operations Committee on March 20th, and that will be followed by a board presentation on April 2nd. And this information is anticipated to include a rough cost estimate for the revised plan. So that's kind of a high-level overview of where we are right now, but certainly we'd love to receive any questions from you.
Any questions?
I do have a question. So there's 2 paths for demolition, and one of them is just delisting from the historic Piedmont.
Yes.
And then the other one is just requesting a demolition permit.
Yes,
How
but
are those different?
there's a higher bar for that in terms of what is presented and who it's presented to and the type of land use process. It's called a Type 3 process.
A Type 3 review. Okay.
Exactly. So there's a higher bar there essentially.
So does the path forward, in terms of the a clearer path forward, is that delisting the property? Because I've actually seen an example of this not too long ago. Is that a clearer path for us, or?
I think that was sort of our initial impulse as well. I think there's some details included in each of those pathways that we have to really work with the city to understand, because there's different implications with each of those pathways. But I think that's certainly our first instinct, is to really pursue that, in some ways, potentially more straightforward approach.
Okay, and then are we gonna, for the delisting, have to go through a historic preservation review?
The delisting is a type 2.
It's type 2.
Yeah.
So it does not need to go through that additional layer.
It's a slightly different pathway, and so I think what we're discussing with the city is what are the best ways to move that forward until we get, I think, some indication from them as to which way they're leaning. We'd like to have some understanding from the city as to what they think is the best path forward. We're still finding that out.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're figuring that out, we're basically moving forward essentially with both, or finding ways to move forward with both.
I would be really interested in just being briefed or updated as we get more information about that land use process.
Certainly. I think the early assistance meeting is really critical for us.
Has that been scheduled already?
It has been scheduled.
Great.
Yes.
I want to appreciate you guys for hearing what the community was asking and moving in that direction. But you also said that you guys have been working nonstop, essentially nonstop since that time, plowing forward. I guess the question that I would like to ask is, how much community involvement, when you say community, like the stakeholders, how involved have the community members of that area been involved in that process every step of the way? Do we have a listing of what community stakeholders we have carried with us to make sure that even if entire groups can't come, but maybe representatives from those community events can come, so that when we do end up where we think we're going to end up, that it doesn't turn into another situation where it was like y'all essentially told us what you had done versus carrying us or bringing us along the way, and we did this. And so I'm trying to make it sure, I guess I would say. I want to make sure that we're creating a we conversation and not a us and them conversation, because I don't think with this particular situation there can be a us and them. It has to be a we, or it's going to fail.
Understood. At this point, our biggest concern is understanding which of the existing buildings might allow us to maintain programs during construction and which won't, and also the same with our athletic field. So we're really looking very internally in terms of the program that's going to be required to keep all of the students on site during construction. And we need to understand what the capacity is for the different buildings and what that might mean in terms of phasing, moving different parts of the construction around. So at this point in time, it's really a reassessment of the existing buildings, not just 1909, but there's a number of other buildings on the site, to understand what the capacity is for those, and understanding what that might mean in terms of where we put different things. There's a lot of sort of background work that needs to occur before we can present any kind of information about that.
And that's why I think I would challenge us to say that we need to involve the community in the background work, because if they understood that we were looking at this building and why we were looking at that building and why it was necessary for us to look at this versus looking at that, they understand the why we're doing it, then it's easier to feel a part of the process, to feel heard, because I actually had a part in it. So to me, this is just me. I'm one guy. I can't speak for all the Black community. I can't even speak for all of my family. But when we create tables, and say that we're doing this because we're trying to figure out what's best, and we exclude people, then we're leaving a voice, we're leaving a thought, we're leaving an opportunity out of the equation. I want to challenge us to say, in every step of the way, whether it's the background, the middle, or the foreground, there needs to be somebody or some representation from the community there so that the community can own this from the beginning to the end and not just this is what they gave us to deal with. So I'm going to challenge us to say, get the community involved in the process. If all we're doing is looking at the rooms to say we're just trying to figure out his work, that's great. Let them sit in the room and just let them hear and let them listen. I think we need to have the community involved in every aspect of it, or I'm going to say it again, this will fail. It's going to come back on us, and it's going to be the same thing that we heard the last time. You did not listen to me. You did not give me a voice. So I'm going to challenge everybody at the table, and I'm going to challenge everybody over here. Let's get out of our own way. Let's get out of what I feel or what I think. No one cares. Let's bring the community involved. Let's get them, make them a part of the process, and let's build something new together. And I think that's the only way it's going to work, because even if when we do it that way, I feel, and I'm using I statements. I feel that when we do it that way, it allows the community to own the process. The other way does not. So I'm gonna push you, Ms. Marina, to say, I know we said it's the background noise before we get to the foreground. I want to be a part of the background. And I believe if we took a vote, they would say they want to be a part of the background. So let's figure out, in my opinion, I know I can't just say for everybody, but we need to make them a part of the background. And if there's something that I need to do or people that I need to talk to on this end of the table to say, hey, how do we get them involved in the background, then I'll go talk to all those people. I'll rally up 3 more votes. I won't rally up 7. I'll rally up 3 more votes to say we want them to be a part of the background. And then we'll have another special meeting and we'll say make them a part of the background. But I think that's what we need to do. But that's just my opinion, and I'm gonna stop talking.
Vice Chair Green, we hear you, and I know that we very much are committed to engaging our community, and particularly the community impacted by this decision.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you, Chair Hollins, for adding this to the agenda. I think looking at the 2020 bond, this is one of the ones that we absolutely need to get right. This was the heart of the bond and the largest investment within the bond. So I really appreciate you adding it to the agenda. I appreciate the update. Keeping our focus on moving it forward, I think, is going to keep moving it forward, and because we can do all the other $800 million worth of things in the bond, but if we don't do this, we will not be successful. So just a question about the 2-pass. Are those city approvals, or is like the council approval, or city-appointed entities that approve it? And then is it appealable, or both of them?
They are both through city entities. They're both appealable. They're both appealable all the way to LUBA.
To LUBA, okay. Which potentially is a longer process. So I would suggest we try and figure out which one has the least possibility of getting appealed to LUBA. And then on the site layout, so just to make sure I understand, you will bring proposed site layouts and a proposed new design to the March Facility and Operations Committee meeting?
Yes.
Which would be sort of the essence of what the alternative that we would be approving.
That's right.
Okay. And then it would come to the board would provide approval. We'd have to get approval from the city on one of these listings, but then the project could move ahead. I know that made it sound easy, but I mean, that's essentially, the design would be redone, and then the other piece is more the political piece. But in theory, if all goes well on one of the 2-pass, we could have an approval of the project of the new design by April.
Yes, understanding that what you would be seeing is really at a planning or early schematic design stage. It's not going to be as far advanced as what we were.
Yeah.
Right?
Great.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions, comments, thoughts? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, tonight we also will hear a proposal from the nonprofit organization Albina Vision Trust, also known as AVT. The organization is developing plans to redevelop Portland Lower Albina area, including the home to the Dr. Matthew Prophet Education Center. Tonight's presentation comes almost 3 years after the PPS School Board unanimously approved Resolution 6303 to support the redevelopment of the 94 acres of Lower Albina. This area was once housed to thousands of black residents who were forcibly displaced during decades of urban renewal. So join us tonight. We have AVT. Oh, shucky now, here we go. Yes, yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Wynta Johannes. I'm the Executive Director of the Albina Vision Trust. Delighted to be here tonight. And before I start, I just want to thank everybody who is sitting behind me. We know this is no small commitment on your time, so you have our word that next time we invite you to join us at a school board meeting, we will provide dinner across the street at our office. So you can hold us to that.
Hold on, I want to say something. I would love to see all these people all the time at our board meetings. And you can provide dinner across the street.
Depends how you vote, Gary. We'll there. So before we start, at the Albina Vision Trust, we have a practice of starting all of our meetings, particularly our big public meetings, with grounding from our elders. And so tonight, I'd like to invite Ms. Sharon Gary Smith, who serves on our board and whose family home was on Dixon, to provide us that welcome. And because we believe in intergenerational perspectives, I'm also going to ask JT to come here to provide a welcome before we jump into the presentation.
Thank you, Wynta, and thank you, members of the school board. I talked about this is the second time, maybe in the last 20 years, that I've entered this building because it's sitting on my parents' land. My parents, my community, all of the members of the audience, many of whom lived in a thriving, joyful, well-ordered, striving and thriving community that was Lower Albina. The kids that ran up the street, the Donnas and the Dennises, and the Stennises, and the Pats, and all of those, the brothers who looked out for me because I was oldest daughter of a family of 4 little black girls. My daddy, a Tuskegee man, Frederick Douglass Gary Jr., and my mother, the audacious Bobby Lou Mosley Gary, who showed up and showed out at the school district, not just for her daughters, but for all of the children in the neighborhood. We nurtured and we grew and we believed, and everybody that's behind me only in this moment, everyone from the community, holla. This is home base. So thank you for allowing us to welcome you back into our home space. And hopefully this moment, this opportunity to listen, to be engaged, to be informed, to be instructed on what it means to make big decisions that are good for more than a few. Perhaps we leave here tonight allowing a vision, a dream that an audacious, smart as all get out young woman from the community imagined, articulated, and put into place. And we know when you put good things in the universe, they spin around and catch others. And although she's soft-spoken, she's a badass. And we're here because she never let up. She never gave up. Rukiah Adams, she spread like bees spread from fruit to pollen. And we're here because we can imagine you joining us in turning asphalt and cinder blocks into a community of community, cultural. The joy of having to be welcomed. Come on back home. And I hope that your decision-making without pause will be about conscience and conscientiousness, about returning fallow ground so it can grow again for this city, this community, and every one of us that loves being here. Thank you and welcome everyone again.
We're just going to wait until we can get these slides up. We're experiencing some technical difficulties over here. In the meantime, I just, as Winter said, would like to reiterate a big thank you to everybody who came out today. I'm trying to talk in the mic and look at y'all at the same time. It's not working. But thank y'all so much. I know we said we were supposed to be on at 6:25. We still on, but we're grateful for your time. The fact that you showed up means the world. Yeah, it means the world. Yeah, so. Ready to rock and roll? No, there's no music. We got some music at the end, though, actually. Matter of fact. Okay, you want to stay here? We can stay here. Okay. I've been tasked with giving us a grounding here. My name is JT Flowers. I know many of y'all personally. As y'all know, I'm born and raised in Albina and have had the privilege of calling this place home my entire life. So this is really personal work for us. It's spiritual work for us. And as many of you know directly, this is generational work for all of us in the room together. And with that, I'd like to offer some remarks. Since our very arrival in the forested slopes of this city, Black Portlanders have been forced to grow intimately familiar with the all too common tincture of hope and disappointment. Over the course of centuries, we have organized, gathered, broken bread, and patiently built up the power necessary to drag our dreams into existence. This journey has come with no shortage of setbacks for the Black voyagers, European immigrants, and working class homemakers who fought to etch this jagged stone of a district into an Albina for all. Our ancestors, the builders of this place, were relegated to the sidelines as their preciously crafted community was razed to the ground, so that we might stand here today in this building at this moment, steady, perched atop the shoulders of those who gave everything to lift us up. Mama Joyce Harris, Ronnie Herndon, Carolyn Leonard, Lorenzo Poe, Senator Avell Gordley, Senator Margaret Carter, Donna Maxey, Paul Coakley, Mr. Michael Chappie Grice, Miss Renee Anderson, Mr. James Posey, and Dr. Matthew Prophet. We come here not as bureaucrats, not as business interests or elected leaders, but as a village of daughters and sons, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, united in our vow to restore the legacy our ancestors left behind. Unwavering in our commitment to the collective potential of a forgotten people, we plant our flag on the precipice of tomorrow. Those who know this city know it well. To be Black and from this place, from this district we call Albina, is to learn to love through scorn. It is to wash wounds with salt water, close your eyes, and imagine a tomorrow where your skin no longer stings. It is to be called to the river, called to the mighty spirit that governs not the laws of men, but the laws of life. To be Black and from this place means to understand both. To gaze upon the waters of the Willamette and see not a barrier, but a promise. Our ancestors, the first Black folk to call Portland home, settled but a stone's throw away from the lifeblood of their beloved and newfound city, on the west side of that mighty river. To be Black and from this place means to understand that we were pushed into Albina, from Old Town, from the Pearl, from the University District, from Vanport. To be Black and from this place means to live your entire life without a reason to cross a bridge. to be forced to settle for half as good and half a city? Why in the hell would an East Side child ever go downtown, you may ask? What reason could they possibly have to cross that 100-year-old wall of water and brick, to hurl themselves violently into the threshold between your big, beautiful city and our gentrified little neighborhood? What space is there for them to feel safe, you ask? For them to feel like they actually belong on that other side of the city? To be black and from this place means to understand that you're asking all the wrong questions. What reason does an East Side child have to go west? None. Give them one. What space has been built to keep them safe? None. Give them one. What tethers do they have to the scale and splendor that define our city's urban core? None. Give them one. The relocation of the Profit Center is about more than the restorative redevelopment of Lower Albina, more than the creation of 1,000 working class units of housing. It is about a generational opportunity, a generational responsibility to stitch this fractured city back together so that years from now, an East Side boy like me, born in the heart of Albina, can cross the river and feel like there's a reason for him to exist. You are asking the wrong questions. Yes, the economics point us west. Yes, the people point us west. But so too does the spirit of our city. The question is not how easy or difficult can we make this process for PPS administrators. The question is, do the 7 board members sitting here today understand the magnitude of what they are holding in the palm of their hands? We come before you with a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make our students, our families, and our city, East Side and West, whole again. I urge you not to let it slip through your fingers. Thank you.
Thank you. And all right, so we'll transition here to welcome Carly and Mike to join us. And as we do so, I want to remind you that we stand here tonight. Perfect. Okay. So we join you tonight as proud graduates of Portland Public Schools. We also consider ourselves survivors of Portland Public Schools. And we are moved to this work now as developers because we have dedicated ourselves to make sure that this is not true for future generations of Black Portlanders. We do not want their success to be in spite of Portland Public Schools. We want it to be because of. We don't want to give up our capacity to dream big and do big. And so everything tonight sounds like it's about buildings and spaces, but it is about the well-being of students, families, and the next generation of Portland Public School students. We know that connection to place is the transformational investment for sustained collective outcomes in education. Our neighborhoods are containers for investment that reflect back whether we are cared for, whether our lives matter at all. And so we remember that on May 25th, 2021, exactly on the 1-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd, Portland Public Schools, Multnomah County, and the Albina Vision Trust came together at our last hearing to cement the critical first step in our partnership to safeguard the future of Lower Albina through the right of first offer and right of first refusal. As we look back at that moment, we remember that there was not a single dry eye in that Zoom room. Many of us had to turn our cameras off because we couldn't contain the level of emotion. This is because it marked the beginning of a pivotal trajectory. Director DePass, you reminded us in that meeting that you would use your authority as then the only Black member of the Portland Public Schools Board to build on the legacy of 5 generations of Black Portlanders. We believe you and trust you will hold to this promise. Director Scott, you conveyed to us then and many times since your belief that government can chew and walk at the same time, that your experience across multiple jurisdictions will be critical leadership that you will continue to bring to this board. We believe and trust you will continue to provide that. And Director Brim Edwards, you moved us deeply in 2021 with your recounting of your childhood in your K-8 schools, watching children be bused to your neighborhood schools and realizing that there is a story of 2 Portlands, one that JT has so clearly talked about. And you committed then to not one action, but a continuum of actions to build one connected Portland. Those were your words then, and we trust and believe that you will hold true to building one connected Portland. And so after 2021, you gave us a mandate to do 3 things. 1, you told us to gather the community. And the image on the screen reflects renderings from a process that has since engaged thousands of Portlanders to help us develop what a child-centered neighborhood looks like. We know that we need to create the kind of spaces where everyone can keep eyes on the kids, where multi-generational living is part of it, and where education spills out of the classrooms into everything that is built here. This is what the Albina Vision Trust seeks to build at this current site. Number 2, you told us to go gather the capital. We did that. We have become excellent conveners and facilitators and have since brought over $70 million in new investments to Lower Albina, including through the development of Albina 1, which broke ground last year and will bring 94 new families to the district in 2025, just 2 blocks away. This is the first time we're welcoming families here in 4 decades, and because of the North-Northeast preference policy, most of these will be families that have historic ties to the neighborhood. And number 3, you told us to gather the plans. You said Portland Public Schools needs to study its options more, but has no funding to do so. So we did that. We secured a Metro grant, threw those dollars over the wall so that you could conduct an independent phase 2 study to assess your current building and look at options. You spent 2 years conducting this independent, thorough study, which we'll speak to today. So, after following your wisdom in these 3 critical steps, we've come back to say it's time for you to act. And we enter this room trusting that what you do will match what you say. And with that, I would like to introduce Mike Wilkerson, who will walk us through some of the findings of the Phase 2 study as we head into our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Winta. Board Chair, Directors, thank you for your time this afternoon or this evening. My name is Mike Wilkerson. I'm the Director of Analytics at Echo Northwest and have had the distinct pleasure of working with AVT for a number of years now. And I think just to acknowledge what I'm about to say is hopefully interesting, but certainly nowhere near as important as anything that Ms. Sharon or JT or Winta has just shared. So with that, I'll jump into, I think, what is largely going to be around talking about the unique market opportunity that faces us today. But before doing that, I think it's important to ground that opportunity in a brief discussion and an understanding of the financial reality of the status quo today. And particularly as that relates to the capital and operations funding requirements for the district. So first, in terms of capital, I think just to acknowledge this has not been studied extensively in any recent history. And so there is a wide range of uncertainty. And that wide range of uncertainty is presented to you on the screen here, which is to say, in a phase 1 study looking at deferred maintenance of this facility a number of years ago, estimated that at about $14 million. Since that time, no real extensive work has been done looking at that, but an acknowledgement has been made in phase 1 and phase 2 that any deferred maintenance could trigger a seismic requirement for retrofit. And again, those dollars haven't been specifically studied. What we did is we engaged industry stakeholders who have expertise in seismic retrofit and said, for a building of this type in today's conditions, what would that roughly cost? And that range, again, is wide because until you get into the bones, you don't fully understand what that is. And again, that range could be from $40 million to $80 million. So again, depending on what we're talking about here, there's a large range of uncertainty. But I think in addition to that unknown capital risk, there's also a risk to operations. And that is to say, in an unplanned, unknown event, the likelihood is, again, it would trigger a seismic requirement, which would require vacating this facility for an unknown period of time. And that causes a disruption to both operations and the ability to deliver service to the district. So I think those are the challenges. And in summary, again, the status quo risk is significant, but unknown. And importantly, it's unplanned for. And so I think, again, the risk here is for the district is the ability to consistently deliver service and provide resiliency, and the current status quo is not allowing for that opportunity. So that's when we turn to the next slide, please, where we can talk about what the current market opportunity is. Next slide, please. Thank you. Which is primarily around decreased market prices. So the current interest rate environment, particularly for debt on commercial real estate, and the current high vacancy rates in commercial office buildings downtown have created a unique opportunity where acquisition costs can be 30% or more less than they were a number of years ago. And that is a unique opportunity. Why is that a unique opportunity? Well, the number of buildings that are suitable, so at least 125,000 square feet, is likely to grow in the future as vacancy rates continue to rise, particularly in downtown. And why vacancy rates matter? Vacancy rates matter because, one, they impact the value of the building, but two, if you have to relocate a large number of tenants, that is challenging and costly. And so really it's about buildings that have suitable locations, suitable characteristics, and have generally low levels of occupancy are those unique opportunities. And so while valuations are down, the market hasn't really decreased leasing rates for a number of reasons. And so what that suggests is the opportunity today is really centered on acquisition and acquisition for owner occupancy rather than for speculative development. This is a short window of time, particularly when we're looking at high quality office buildings because of the high vacancy rates and interest rate environment. I'm not here to suggest that this is the bottom of the market. That is, nobody knows. But what we see today is building consensus amongst economists, including the state economic adopted forecast, that we are likely headed towards a soft landing. What that means effectively is the Federal Reserve has likely stopped raising interest rates and will enter a period of time where they're going to start decreasing interest rates. When that happens, how quickly that happens, we don't know. But what we know is this is a closing window of opportunity that starts today and ends in the near term. Next slide, please. And so what is that unique market opportunity? The map on the last chart showed 82 buildings within the city that meet only the minimum square footage of size. We understand that size alone is not the only criteria for evaluation as part of this. When we look at the distribution, what we see is the vast majority of those buildings are on the west side of the river. Of the 10 that are on the east side, roughly half of those are designed for medical office or government, are much too large, or have strong vacancy, and therefore we don't see any immediately candidates for acquisition. But on the west side, we do see, of the 70 or so buildings, some are too large, some are brand new, some have high levels of vacancy, but there are at least 14 options that look suitable. And again, not to suggest that size is the only criteria. I think what this is suggesting is further study is needed. And what the due diligence period will allow us to do is look at other priorities: transit, public safety, public space, and certainly suitability of fit, and that due diligence period is really what is needed. Additional studies looking at scenarios aren't capable of providing the specific data that you would need to make a decision. So around cost, timeline, and specifically looking at things like warehouse or other central facilities that are needed. And so that due diligence phase is really where you're able to get the needed specific data to make a decision.
So I want to jump in here to add that this due diligence period is part of the set of actions that we're asking you to do. So the pivotal change here is that we are asking you to commit to relocate, and then there will be a time period for due diligence. Director Hollins, I promised you that we would show you our homework in terms of looking at properties on both sides of the river, and you can see here that it's pretty clear already. We're always happy to look at more, that it's not just the compelling economic case for the west side, it's practical. So in addition to square footage, we added a lens of additional criteria based on what we heard was important to you. So we looked at locations that have parking, on-site parking, that had gathering spaces for meetings like this, and that were transit accessible. And so when you factor in those criteria, it's even fewer options, and yet they're all on the west side. And so we will present those to you, assuming that you say, yes, we'll relocate, let's enter the due diligence period. But I'd like to pivot here to talk a little bit more about the proposal itself. Next slide, please. So while Carly will walk us through the various options, there are a few important top-line messages that are clear to communicate. One is that we know there are no easy sources of funding for maintaining central admin, right? Voters don't want to put this on a bond for buildings for administrators. That just doesn't do well. So we recognize that. And we also recognize that it would be more responsible to move forward with what is already a cost-neutral option. So what we will share with you tonight is that we'd like to form a public-private partnership with Albina Vision Trust to move forward with a cost-neutral relocation wherein we facilitate the acquisition of a high-quality downtown office. And this last point is really critical. We are not asking you for a concessionary transaction. This is a market rate transaction. The value of the building acquired will match or exceed the value of this site. And I don't know that you would ever find anybody else who comes to you saying, we don't want any of your money, we just want you to do the right thing. And in the process, we will solve your problem in terms of the financial liability while sharing tremendous benefit with the broader community. And so as part of this, we know that the right of first offer defined the who, AVT, but we need to move now from the if to the conditions that will allow us to make this final. And so with that, I'm going to ask Carly to walk you through the analysis of various options to show how we get to a cost-neutral scenario.
Thank you, Winta. I'm Carly Harrison, the Director of Real Estate at Albina Vision Trust. You can go to the next slide. So what we at AVT are proposing is a cost-neutral option to PPS, and we want to show how our proposal compares to the best alternatives that PPS has concluded from both the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 studies that were completed. So we'll start with the status quo. What if PPS stays in the PEC site? The cost of the status quo, as Mike mentioned, is not zero. PPS really only has 3 options that kind of vary between them if they choose to stay. Option A and B will look familiar as the numbers that Mike alluded to, and they show the cost of choosing to do nothing and being forced to react to system or structural failures. And option C is really the full renovation of the PEC site. I'll note the 14 million, as Mike said, is only if deferred maintenance and critical system upgrades are addressed and doesn't address the seismic. And so we know that that can add significantly. These numbers don't also factor in the 5 years of construction cost escalation that we've seen since that original 14 million was estimated. So I think that's a very low end, and we're fairly sure that the best case scenario wouldn't be the situation that we're all in. So lastly, if PPS chooses to intentionally and fully renovate the PEC, including a full seismic upgrade, option C shows that the total net cost would be $220 million. And that was actually one of the most costly options that were studied and concluded. So the partnership with AVT showing a net cost of zero is actually savings to PPS over the status quo of at least 14 million and upwards to another tens and tens of millions of dollars. But to quote the phase one directly, any investment in the building will not increase the value of the Dr. Profit site because the value is in the land. And so any money invested in this building by anybody is actually throwing money away. And I think that's really important here. So what if PPS relocates, and how does partnership with AVT compare to those best alternatives? You can go to the next slide. The phase 2 study evaluated many different alternatives for relocation, and these three right here are the best ones. I'll note that these numbers show the net cost to PPS after already applying the sales proceeds from the site. And they focus on the cost of relocating the office only, not the warehouse. The warehouse will be very important and will certainly be addressed in the early next steps with PPS, but it's not in this analysis because its inclusion just adds the same amount of cost to every single option. Therefore, it's really the difference that stays the same between all of these options before you. So the best options were D, construct a new office building, E, acquire an existing office building, and F, lease office space instead of owning it. Option D assumed a new headquarters would be built on land already owned by PPS, which is saving in land costs, but it still came out to be a net cost to PPS of $123 million. Option E assumed the purchase and build out of the Exchange Building in downtown Portland, which happens to be one of the 14 options in our slide. And this came at a price tag of negative $35 million. And lastly, option F compared leasing office space instead of owning it, specifically the Liberty Center. While the initial sales proceeds were positive in this scenario, PPS would end up having an annual rent payment starting at about $4.5 million, escalating at 3%, really in perpetuity for as long as you needed to have office space. So, and you wouldn't have an asset to show for it. So when you take the net present value, as the study did, of those lease payments forever, and really we just looked at 99 years alone, the net cost to PPS for this option is over $100 million. So, as you can see, and as concluded in the phase 2 study, there was no scenario where selling the PEC site fully covered the cost to build, buy, or lease another option. But by acting on the current market now, in partnership with AVT, we can cover the full cost for your relocation. And this partnership does so much more, which I'll pass to Winta to elaborate on.
Next slide, please. So our commitment is to making sure that by giving you the opportunity to act today, you will not be bonding for a failing building tomorrow. And when you ask us, what does this have to do with our core mission of educating children, I want to point you to all of those numbers that you saw in the red. These are investments you could instead be making in neighborhood schools, which is why we are proud to have the support of so many, including the Teachers Union, Portland Association of Teachers, who recognize that moving forward with this relocation frees up bandwidth in neighborhood and classroom investments. Additionally, I want to point you to before we go to the next slide, actually, I just want to point out that in this image, the street grid you see here is actually where Portland Public Schools stands today. So you can see the homes in the neighborhood that was replaced here. But Kara, if we could go to the next slide. So in addition to the cost neutral relocation, there are a number of benefits that come to with a partnership with AVT that cannot be easily monetized, but that are equally important. So we know that bringing more than 1,000 units of housing here will be a key part of stabilizing enrollment in neighborhood schools. And we see this as a critical part of the Jefferson modernization and complementary to the more than $500 million of investments you are already making in the Albina district. Those investments in buildings and schools need to be complemented with housing that brings our people back into the district. And so not only will you maximize your investment, we also recognize that, as you saw in the image before, which had about 350 homes, Portland Public Schools, as a dear mentor recently observed, is the largest squatter in the city of Portland. You are sitting on what should be more than 1,000 units of housing. We don't think that is acceptable, and we think that that should be factored into the cost of staying put. Additionally, we know that these kinds of transactions are incredibly complex, and as you see on the slide before you, there are a number of added benefits. We seek to be as flexible with you as possible. What we want is commitment and to get to a collaborative timeline. You would not have that kind of flexibility with another private buyer. We know too that your internal teams are at capacity. They have shared this with us. We've heard this from you. And so we are prepared to bring resources to help with that. We will bring teams of professionals that can help us move forward in this transaction, including what Carly referenced in terms of the warehouse function. We know that that's a critical component. We have commitment from Port of Portland, Metro, and others to be collaborative stakeholders in helping resolve those issues. So those kinds of additional public partners are exactly the ones that we are best positioned to bring to the table so that we address the problems in a sequential way that makes sense and moves us forward beyond the analysis. As Mike said, we will never be able to get to real decisions until we get out of the hypothetical scenarios that are offered as part of planning exercises into the context of real deal structure. And so next slide, please. And so said differently, there are a few other reasons. We've heard you ask why now. And in addition to the fact that this is 50 years overdue, we'll start with today. We know that the real estate market will have a short window. What the graphic shows here is that, while the value of this land can increase later in a stronger market, the cost of relocation will also increase. And so the window for a cost-neutral relocation is now. We know, too, that there are private and public partners ready to mobilize both capital and technical support so that we can move forward with the redevelopment of housing and community here, and that the biggest question is whether or not Portland Public Schools is serious, committed, and on what timeline. And so those are the questions we seek to answer today. And finally, as you consider various bond proposals, which we know are on your agenda later today, we see this as an opportunity for you to demonstrate sound fiscal leadership. You have the opportunity to solve a problem at no general cost to you. What better way to show voters that you are serious about how you maintain your capital assets? And so next slide, please. So here are the proposed next steps we have. The work session is today. We'd like to come back to you February 6th with a resolution for your consideration that authorizes the preparation for the sale of the Prophet site. Within 30 days of that, we'd like to work with your teams to create a 30-day work plan. And after that, 6 to 9 months so that we can identify and commit to a new headquarters site. Of course, this would be done collaboratively with all of you and your teams. We just want to help solve the problem. And from there, we know that there will be a significant due diligence period. And of course, the tenant improvements you'll need to make and the relocation. We expect that could take anywhere from 18 to 36 months, but we would work on that exact timeline with you. The critical ask today is to a date for a resolution and to move forward with something that looks like this. So next slide, please. So in closing, we're reminded that the time is now, the place is here, and the people are ready. Thank you. And because thank you. And because we always have to include culture into everything we do, we are honored that Grammy award-winning artist Esperanza Spalding actually wrote an original song for this hearing. And so we're going to play 1 minute of that song. And as Kara, as you would press play, we're going to invite everybody in the audience. You know, Senator Gordley is on the call. She's in the Zoom room, and she reminds us that what we have not lost here is the capacity to create a beloved community. And so in that spirit, as we listen to 1 minute of the song from Esperanza, we're going to encourage you to greet your neighbors and say hello before we head into Q&A. Thank you.
Cost-neutral opportunity to clear the way for AVT to be what we say we want, what we say this is about. This is about child-centered community rights and the why behind why we even try. City's gonna be always changing. That's where true.
That was a perfect good.
In Kentucky.
Marriott.
All right. Do we have any questions, thoughts, comments from any board members?
I got several comments, but I'm gonna wait to see how this goes. One, I've never been called a squatter before. I wanna thank you for giving me a first. I've never been called a squatter. before. I also want to appreciate the presentation, the thoroughness of the presentation, how you left no stone uncovered. I want to appreciate that. I want to appreciate the reality that you pulled. You were very intentional and methodical about the heartstrings that you were pulling on. Like you shared no expense. This was very intentional. So I want to make sure that I highlight that. My heartstring was pulled, and I didn't even grow up here, and so I want to make sure that is noted. And again, I'm gonna wait to see how some of this other stuff around the rest of the dais goes. But I just want to take a moment to pause and to say thank you for bringing us back to, it's not about simply saving buildings as much as we have a larger obligation to build and save communities, and very intentionally about the Black community. So I want to make sure that I intentionally pause to reflect and say thank you for that. So in the midst of you calling me a squatter, you also reminded me of my obligation to play a role in making sure that the things that we do today are intentional about building a better future tomorrow for the young people, and might I add, the young Black people that are going to be in it. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
I'm going to give some comments because I'm from here. I was born within walking distance of here. My grandparents bought a home here from Louisiana. My dad emigrated here to Williams Avenue, about just walking distance from where I currently live. So you know I'm supportive of the values and the projects that are presented and of making this transaction. And I also want to thank you for the work that's gone in, the community development, the analysis, real estate analysis. I have one question about that analysis. And I know when we develop, we think about a building and a space. Have we looked at travel miles of people that would work in central admin? Do we know where people are coming from? And do we also know where the bulk of our students are coming from in terms of making ease of access? It's just a question.
Director DePass, I can answer that. Some of the initial studies have looked at the impacts of transportation, although I will suggest that it was at a very high level. Obviously, if we were to move in this direction, the due diligence would be to further examine, transportation, parking, and other those elements that are important to any office space.
That's fantastic. I'm very excited about the possibility. I love the vision. I'm missing vision in this long-term planning in my personal life, and so I really appreciate the graphics, the idea of what it could be, and it warms my heart so much to think about the kids that are going to come up. It makes me tearful that we'll have opportunities here that people that I know and grew up with don't and haven't.
Thank you, Director DePass. And on your travel question, the river is such a barrier that it feels worlds away, as JT spoke to, which is why we need to cross it. But I want to remind everybody that the options, for the most part, are 5 minutes from here, right? And so everything we're looking at will be accessible to transit. We'll have on-site parking, and easy access to the freeways. And so I don't know that that the miles traveled will be a big differentiator. But it's also important to remember that the heart of the Portland Public School System are the neighborhood schools, not the central admin building.
Yeah, Gary.
Yes, go ahead.
I would just like to thank you, and I'm sorry I don't know your name, for the poetry of your presentation. It was really lovely. Thank you.
Any other questions, thoughts?
Sure. Thank you. And JT, you're very compelling, but I'm an East Sider, and it's the river is a huge barrier, and I think when I think about it for our families who live on the East Side, most of them do. I do think it is. I think a mindset of it's It's the other side of the river. And it's hard if you're from here, and that's part of who you are, like making that sort of leap across the river and what it represents, because it's more the place of where commerce happens, versus I think the east side has a very different feel to it. Since I was on the board almost 20 years ago, I feel like I've been looking at this project for almost 20 years, and the deferred maintenance has always been there. The desire for a higher and better use of this land, and I think of all the proposals that have been made to date. So if I compare this to baseball, I mean, so much more compelling. Just and so I love the vision, and in the 20 years we've looked at it, I think this is like the best vision, and it's the right fitting for the place. So from my perspective, this is something I want to make work. I do know from looking at it for 20 years, and also from my just work professionally in sort of space planning and real estate, doing work around the world, that it's really important that you make sure when you're relocating or designing a new building or retrofitting that you're looking at what the functions are that you're moving. And from my perspective, I want to be really thoughtful about the functions that are here. I think it's less complicated than 20 years ago, because we used to have the largest commercial kitchen on the West Coast, I think on L3 or whatever floor that was, way down, that you went on the third grade. I know you went on this, JT, the third grade tour of the PPS kitchen. So we don't have that now, but we have a lot of other functions. And then how do we thoughtfully do that? I think if we were moving just administrators, it would be a pretty easy call. I think it's just more complex, and I want to make sure that I do my due diligence, that the functions that really are in service, we can call it admin, but they're actually in service to our families and our schools, that we make sure that we have places where they land, and they land in a cost neutral way. So I like the compelling vision. I love the cost neutrality of it, because I absolutely think for me, we need to make this something that doesn't cost, because as we talked earlier tonight, our resources are scarce and we want them to be laser focused on our students. So for me, I want to be able to understand fully that the functions that serve our families and our students and our schools have a place in which they'll still be efficient and effectively able to serve them. Because even though this is a sad excuse for a building, it does provide services to our schools and our students. So I'll understand how each of those functions, besides just the office functions, work, because to me that's sort of the more complicated side of it versus just the admin. So from my perspective, I want to make it work, and I want to make sure that we've done our due diligence, from my perspective as a due diligence as a board member, that we find a way that we can still maintain those services that are important to our families, and also many families come to this building, whether it's not just for board meetings, but just daily, and things that their students need. And we need wherever we are located to continue to be a welcoming place for families. And so that's sort of my other big criteria. And I will say right now, downtown is not a very welcoming place to families. And that's sad for me to say as a person from Portland, because we had a beautiful town. The downtown is not so beautiful right now, and the crime rates and everything else that's happening downtown. That's something that we have to factor into it. And yes, PPS could be a large employer or make a difference, but also we need to make sure that our families feel like comfortable and safe and can access the headquarters, because lots of things here are really important for our families. So those are just my high level thoughts, and I can do a very deep dive on the functionality and the space planning that I'd want to see and work it out. But in my mind, I can see how it could work out, but I also want to see just how the details of how it actually
would work out.
Thank you for those comments, Director Edwards, Brim Edwards. We know that when you are committed to seeing something happen, it does. And so we don't take it lightly when you say you want to see this happen. As far as the warehouse function, that is a critical part of this, but there's been a chicken and egg sort of situation here, right? Until the district says, yes, we will relocate our office functions, there's little incentive or ability to figure out the warehouse functions in a real context as opposed to hypothetical planning context, which is why what we're asking you to do is answer the first part of the question, which I'm hearing you're supportive of, which is yes, let's relocate the office function, and within the due diligence period, make sure we can understand and have appropriate solutions for the warehouse function. So we are cognizant of both, but we need a decision on one to enable the partnerships and solutions, frankly, for the second. And I know JT wants to jump in here on east side, west side.
And just to tag on to what Winter is saying about the functionality question, solving that first question, answering that first question will actually allow you to optimize the location of your separated functions, right? Whereas everything right now is clustered into one area. You described it as a place, downtown as a place where commerce happens. This headquarters is currently located in a place where nothing happens. So I don't really see any reason for us not being able to think a little bit more critically about what it would look like to actively work towards building a Portland where kids who grow up on the side of the river that we did can really meaningfully and viably dream about crossing that river fluidly rather than the river continuing to serve as a barrier. I was blessed and fortunate, as you well know, to be able to experience life on both sides of this river growing up. I grew up 3 blocks away from Jefferson High School. I lived there my whole entire life. Most of my life was actually concentrated there. I played sports there. As Gary well knows, I played for the Whitaker Warriors. That was my football team. I learned how to play basketball at the Salvation Army from Coach Earl. This is my side of the river. But I benefited tremendously from being able to cross the water and be exposed to commerce, be exposed to business people, be exposed to families and communities that lived up in hills that I didn't even know existed in my city. There's tremendous benefit to fluidity of existence and exposure, and I don't think that that's something that we should so willingly, I guess, brush off the table here.
I'll be quick, thanks. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. And I'll just say right off the bat, I hate this building. And I've always hated this building. I had to work in the Portland building for about 15 years. I thought that was the worst government building, pre-Portland building. And then I came here and I realized this one's even worse. What's been really interesting to me is learning over the last few years about sort of not just the history about Albina Vision, and what you're aiming for, and again, the whole context has given me a much bigger reason to hate this building, right? And a much better reason to think about what to do about it. I had a lot of questions, but you've answered almost all of them. So I don't know if I have that many more. I'll echo what a few other folks have said. I think making sure it's accessible and there's parking and is going to be really important, and meeting space, because Gary said he loves it when 200 or 300 people come. I'm okay with it. I wouldn't mind if it was only 30 or 40, but it's fine. I think the framing about the cost of maintaining is really important. And so that's a good framing for any sort of infrastructure capital conversation, and one that often gets left out. So I just really appreciate that that's what you brought to the table was, it's not cost neutral to stay here. It's actually very expensive to stay here. And that puts a little bit of a different spin on this. So I think there are some outstanding questions. I really appreciate that the next step is due diligence moving forward. But I'm also really excited. There's an opportunity here to right a historical wrong, and I don't know, I'm sort of honored to be in a position on a board that might be able to do that. So thanks for bringing this to us. Yeah.
Mr. Green, you said you want to throw it.
Yeah, I'm just, forgive me. And maybe this is a conversation that really I'm not having with y'all, and maybe this is just to the board. I'm not really sure. So I'm just going to start talking, and then y'all are going to help me figure out where I'm supposed to go. So I guess what I'm looking at, because I've been listening to everything that we've been talking about, I'm trying to take into consideration the presentation that was just done, and I'm trying to understand and wrap my head around process. Do we have a consensus at this board that we actually want to get out of this building and look at something else? I believe
Hold on. Stop there. Let's see if we got consensus on that question.
Okay. I don't know what the process is of doing that. Like,
I'm going to say I'm a yes on the consensus on leaving the building.
I'm a yes on leaving the building.
Oh, no, I need to hear it.
Consensus.
I just said I hate the
Okay.
building. Yeah, no,
All right.
I think you know how I feel about this.
So I'm assuming that's a
Which,
yes. So
enthusiastically supportive.
Okay. So if, again, understanding process, for me, I think I've had some conversations with some of you before, and I said my concern was not if we moved or not. I am a creature of habit. If I say it today, it still has to be true tomorrow. And I said that I would bring it up if it didn't come up. And so this is me doing exactly what I'm said I'm going to do, because the way you get me is to bring my word back. So if there's a person in here that takes notes, just bring my words back. The issue was the process. It was like, move. I haven't even told you I want to move. And I think that was the step that needed to happen first, that we actually say, and we say out loud, and we have a consensus to say, yes, we want to move. Now that we've said, yes, we want to move, even though it's not a vote, this is just a direction type situation, this is just, are we interested? I think then we have to, are we ready for the resolution? Like, is that going to be a voting resolution on the 6th? So on the 6th, when they come, because she has, as I'm hearing it, and I could be wrong, it wouldn't be the first time, but what has been presented is that she is proposing that they would bring to the February 6th board meeting a possible resolution that we would in turn look at, review. It would have been worked with our team, and then at that February 6th meeting, we would be voting yes or no on accepting and adopting the resolution, and then depending on how that vote went, then we would get into these other pieces. I guess what I'm trying to understand is that the same consensus around the table, that we're all sitting here with the understanding that on February 6th, we're going to be voting one way or another on a resolution that says we're either moving or we're not. So essentially, you poop or get off the pot type of thing. I think that's what they're trying to tell us. You either poop or get off the pot, which is fair. That's fair, because if we're going to, if we're not going to do it, why just stay here thinking about it, right? Figure out what we're going to do so that you can figure out what you need to do, is what I feel like is being said. But I just want to make sure that from a process perspective, that the rest of my colleagues, that we are all on the same page. On February 6th, are we gonna be voting? And if we're not, then are we gonna tell them to do something different? Because she said February, and so that's why I'm throwing it out there. I can tell time.
I got you.
Vice Chair Green, if I may, I'll start. And as you know, obviously the superintendent's not here, but I can tell you, speaking on his behalf, that this is a project and a initiative that is close to his heart and to our team collectively. And so, given the direction of this conversation, what I imagine would happen over the next 2 or 3 weeks prior to February 6th is to review, assess any resolution that AVT is proposing. Connecting with all of you to understand the resolves, the why, and then hopefully be ready for some decisive action on the 6th. Obviously, again, what I'm hearing today, that it is a decisive action to move into the important next phase, which is the due diligence to ensure we know where we're going, what is it that we need, and how quickly can we do that. So there's a lot of work that our staff would have to do, But I think over the next 2 weeks, it's really about, I think, solidifying the board's collective voice through a resolution, which again we would work in tandem to co-create and share it with you.
Okay, so I'm gonna just, because I'm hearing from everyone, just kind of want to wrap everything up. When I'm hearing that we have a consensus that yes, we would definitely look at relocating from this building as soon as possible. What I would like to say, and I put it on the record now, that I think from this point on, we can work towards a resolution. I'm not going to guarantee it's going to be February 6th, but we will work towards a resolution that could include the process of what that looks like, what the joint venture looks like, what the due diligence process looks like, and we can start really getting into those next phases. So I'll just put that out there now that I definitely think the move or the next steps is working towards that resolution that gets us where we're trying to get to. Any objections?
So,
Oh,
I'm
that
just gonna-
objection?
No, it's not an objection, sorry. I was starting to speak before you said any objections. So one thing I know from our work on the board is we do our best work when we also have thoughtful deliberation about it. So I think conceptually we've agreed we're interested in moving. I think coming to a meeting where we haven't had an intervening public discussion and then having a vote on something is not what I would recommend. I would not recommend having a resolution brought to the board where all the work happens behind the scenes and there's not board discussion. I feel like I always benefit from hearing from my colleagues, and since we're a public body, we have to meet in public. And my preference would be for the board chair to bring forward a resolution that we can have a discussion about, that we work actually at a session, have a work session on at a meeting versus something just gets posted up, or that there's, serial public meetings happening among board members to make sure that we're all okay with it, which I don't think is great practice.
What, you mean, a meeting with just us or another public meeting or what?
Well, we don't have anything before us, and I think it's a pretty significant, so just looking at the numbers, hundreds of millions, and being able to make sure that we have the functionality that we need to operate a school district. And from a financial standpoint, for example, say our due diligence shows that it's not cost neutral. What does the board think about that? Are we willing to put money in the bond? Are we, we still want to move forward? Or are we willing to use some of our other resources? And, I think those are things that we should talk about.
But talk about at a regular board meeting? Because we have to be public, right?
Well, that's generally best practice.
We have to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be that or a work session. Okay, so moving forward, we will. Go ahead.
Well, Director Hollins, I'd like to offer. We will clear our February to make sure we have all the sessions necessary. So maybe the next best step is to bring a resolution for discussion on February 6th, and then to have the vote happen a week later or something like that. So we're open to whatever set of steps you think most appropriate, so long as we're working towards the passage of a resolution in February. And in the timeline that you had ahead of you, a number of questions can only be answered in the due diligence period. So the resolution is not the transaction itself. It just says, yes, we'd like to move forward in due diligence towards a transaction.
I think that's a great point, and it was actually you said it a lot better. I was trying to formulate it, but you did. I think the point about seeing the resolution is really important, but the resolution is about we want to take this next step, and then we're going to engage in some due diligence. which case some of these other issues might come out. So I guess I feel like we had a really good discussion tonight, and we've gotten a lot of questions answered. So I mean, I will just say personally, I want to see the resolution. So as soon as that's ready, that's great. If that's ready for the February 6th meeting and we can discuss it then, I think that's a perfect timeline. Yeah.
I'm with Director Scott on that. I feel like we had some discussion tonight, that we move this forward and without delay, that we allow ourselves the opportunity to have a discussion at our next meeting, but not to add another meeting, please.
Well, except
One
for
more meeting.
we already have another meeting, and I would just say, I don't think it's good practice. We don't have a resolution in front of us, so while we've had a good discussion and we had a presentation, we haven't had a discussion about what are we voting for, and
the trade-offs.
And so,
Yeah,
I
so,
think-
gotcha. So let's move on. So what we do is we will get with AVT and start looking at the resolution and getting those pieces, and then we can come back with the board once we kind of got something together, and then we can kind of move forward from there.
How do we make sure that our staff has an understanding that we want them to be working with that staff so that we can figure out like what this looks like? Because I think shouldn't it be worked with it in conjunction? Like say, this is important to us. Like, how do I say to Jonathan, who's sitting over there representing the superintendent, that this is extremely important to us and something that's imperative, that we want to make sure that this gets some attention necessary, understanding that I can't direct staff, and so I would never presume to direct staff, but I want to speak to the person that I'm supposed to be able to direct and say, this is important, so let's make it a priority and figure out time, shift schedules, do whatever we need to do so that we can get some people sitting down with those people over there so that together they can bring something back so that there's no discomfort on this side of feeling like we have not done our due diligence and we haven't been intentional, and that we've been sitting around waiting for somebody else to do all the heavy lifting for us, but that we're showing an invested interest that we want to know just as much as they do as to whether or not this is going to work for us, and we're going to be very intentional about figuring it out in the most timeliest fashion possible.
So Vice Chair Green, appreciate the question. This board has been providing this type of direction for the last 3 years. And I think, as we heard loud and clear today, AVT is ready to move to the next phase. And I based on this conversation today, I think, staff will regroup and connect with AVT on how we move forward, given today's conversation. But again, I want to reiterate that this has been a commitment by this school board for the last 3 years, since May of 2021.
Just really briefly, if I could.
Brief.
Very brief.
Like 30 seconds.
So my only gentle push here would be that y'all have in fact had time to review this information. You guys had, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, a work session last week where you reviewed the phase 2 study that you commissioned and that Echo Northwest partnered with you on. So the numbers aren't going to change in the coming weeks. It's the same information that's just been presented to you today. You should have access to this deck. You will also have continued access to the end of this deck, which very clearly outlines what we propose and likely what will take the form of a resolution. It's not going to be anything new that we're putting forth on the 6th. We will be putting forth exactly what we told you we put forth today. So just for the record.
So since we can't talk about executive session, I'll just say from what I saw from the phase 1 and phase 2, for me, it wasn't the due diligence I would need to be comfortable moving ahead. And it's just my analysis of it. So I do want to see what the actual, what we'd actually be committing to in the type of due diligence. So I didn't see a plan in which the functions that happen in this building that serve our students would be replicated at a cost-neutral basis. And that's what I would need to be able to see, because, I mean, I think I believe that's what happened, but that's not what I saw in the phase 1 or phase 2 report and the answers to my questions. And I can only speak for myself because obviously I can't discuss what happened
and I
in an
think-
executive session.
And I think all of that, those questions that you're raising are going to be addressed, I think, in the due diligence work moving forward.
That's right. You know, and you are correct, Director Brim Edwards, but the reason that there was not a cost-neutral finding in earlier stages is because the market did not look like this. And so those studies that were commissioned that took years had outdated information by the time that information was delivered to you, which is exactly why we're asking for action towards relocation with due diligence that gets us to a transaction, because then we won't be dealing in hypothetical scenarios. We'll be dealing with the market and variables as they exist today.
Great. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? All right, thank you, guys. All right, next on our agenda, we have a preview of the legislative agenda. This year, legislative short session. Chief Garcia, would you please introduce this item?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hollins. So next on the agenda is a preview of this legislative agenda for our upcoming short session in Salem. Each year we work to identify a list of key priorities for an agenda to inform our work down in Salem. Lisa Merrick, our Senior Manager of Government Relations, is here tonight to walk us through an initial draft. So I'll turn it over to you as soon as it clears. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 3-minute break so people can go to the bathroom. That's what we go call it.
All right. Back in order. Back to order. Oh, geez. Okay, where were we at? Bond planning?
We're here with legislative agenda, and we have Lisa
legislative
Merrick.
agenda. Yes.
Lisa, your mic is not on.
Isn't it? I can get closer. Is that better? Okay. As Jonathan mentioned, we are gearing up for the 2024 short legislative session. The legislature will be convening from February 5th to March 10th. Our state has a 2-year budget cycle, and so during this short session, the state will be meeting for 35 days to handle emergencies and to rebalance the state budget. As I've sent some materials to you all, previewing some of the big issues that will be brought forth to the legislature. This session is going to mostly be focused on housing production, and behavioral health and addiction issues. The governor has put forth about a $600 million investment package that will cover housing production and rental assistance costs for Oregonians. She's also seeking funding for the employment-related daycare program, as well as $50 million in one-time funding for summer learning. Given where we are in the 2-year budget cycle, there's not as much funding available at the state level until The state meets again in 2025 to approve the next 2-year budget for the biennium. So we're anticipating that there will be limited funding available for non-housing related requests. So that's the context we're coming into as we prepare for the session. I'm bringing forward 5 priorities for you to review this evening, and we will plan to approve the legislative agenda at the February 6th meeting. The first 3 priorities are funding requests for the state. As I mentioned before, the governor is bringing forward a $50 million package for summer 2024 programs. As you've passed the budget for this year, we've already set aside funding for summer learning programs. This would allow PPS to get about $2.5 million more from the state, and then we could redirect the funding we've already set aside for summer learning programs. It also gives us the opportunity to ask the state to really step in and make this a priority. This is one-time funding for only the 1 year, so we'll continue to advocate for the state to commit to this as an ongoing priority. Our second short session funding request is $22 million for early intervention and early childhood special education services. These are programs that provide required services to youth who are 0 to 5. During the pandemic, referrals through this program plummeted because teachers and physicians weren't able to see students in person to refer them to the program. And so the state has sort of a decreased number on which to develop the budget. So we're asking for this $22 million to shore up this program. And then our last funding request is $6 million for regional inclusive services. This is a program that works in collaboration with local school districts, early intervention, early childhood special ed programs, families, and community agencies to provide specialized educational support for children who experience low incidence disabilities. An additional investment of $6 million will make sure that these programs are able to provide the full level of services and supports to students. And then our final 2 are policy priorities that that have minimal funding attached. The first is a youth collaborative that would be established at the state level. It's similar to our district student council, so it would give high school students across the state the opportunity to influence and learn about education policy making. I know that our DSC is very supportive of this bill. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from them. And then our last policy priority is to expand the community eligibility provision. So 2 things have happened in relation to this school nutrition services program. The state is now able to provide Medicaid direct certification data to apply for this program. So as a result, we have more students now who are eligible for the CEP. And USDA passed a federal rule that increases the threshold from 25% to 40%. So district-wide, right now, we have about 33% of students who meet that CEP threshold. So if we were to get the state to recognize this rule, we would actually be able to implement CEP district-wide. Which would be great. And ODE has indicated that they do have a surplus of funding for CEP, so we're not asking for an additional investment at this time. We would continue to make sure that they're fully funding that, but it would mean that we could serve breakfast and lunch to our students at all our schools. So really, really awesome priority. And those are the ones that I have recommended to you all. I know that you may have some additional suggestions or questions for our agenda and welcome that.
And Lisa, before we open it up, I just want to make sure the board, or this is clear, all legislative bills for the short session have already been written, so there isn't an ability to submit a new bill.
That is correct. There are deadlines ahead of the session to for legislators to introduce bills. There are ways that we can amend bills or bring forward funding requests, but it is very challenging given how close we are to the session starting.
I have a quick question about the very top bullet, the 50 million in statewide funding. Is that for the entire state, and then PPS would get 2.5?
Yes, that's correct. 50 million for the state.
I have a proposed addition to the agenda to add. And the language is around school funding. And I'll read what I'm proposing and then provide the framing around it, which I've shared it with everybody already. An additional 51 million in state school fund grant to PPS for 2024-25 to mitigate the reductions in the 2024-25 budget and the impact on teaching positions and classroom supports. And while there is a focus on housing, I think we also have an obligation to state what it is we need, and they can choose not to fund it. There was a lot of discussion between legislators and the district about costs that they felt we should take on. And they also pointedly said that they gave us what we asked for. So I think we should ask for what we need, and then they know what, as they head into session and we head into our budget season, they'll know what we need in order to stop cuts. Because the other thing is, often in the past we've had legislators ask us not to cut things, and I think we should give them an opportunity not to have to come here and ask us not to cut things that they could have prevented us from cutting if they gave us an appropriation.
I am 100% in favor of that. I'm going to just, because I think it's important to get it into the record, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but the letter we received from 16 legislators during the strike. We were surprised to hear accusations that the Oregon legislature did not adequately fund schools this past legislative session. They went on to talk about how they were excited to be able to fulfill the request of $10.3 billion that the superintendent asked for. And they knew, and we knew, and everybody should know that the $10.3 billion ask was done because they told us not to ask for anything more. And the governor asked us not to ask for anything more. Legislative leadership asked us not to ask any more. They said the best you're going to get is $10.3 million. We asked for that. They turned around, threw it in our face. So Director Brim Edwards being very diplomatic. I'm not going to be. I will, and I said at the time, after that letter came out, that we will never, ever again be in the position of not asking for everything we need. So absolutely we need to ask for this $51 million to avoid the cuts, because Director Brim Edwards is right. We are going to have to make significant cuts as a result of the strike settlement. And these same legislators who didn't fund us the first time, who told us to agree to it, are going to come back and say, why are you cutting these classroom support? Why are you cutting these other things? So we need to go down and not, don't bring me down, bring Director Brim Edwards, who can be more diplomatic, but to explain the need so that when they don't fund it, and I don't think there's a high likelihood that they will, but it would be nice if our parents mobilized and our teachers mobilized to go down and put some pressure on. But if it doesn't get funded because it's not a priority, we can turn around and point and say, well, we gave you an opportunity to do exactly what you told us in this letter you want to do. So I think it's very important that we ask for everything we need, always. And I want to be clear, when they say you're not going to get 51 million, maybe you can get 10, the request is 51 million, always. And it's going to be QEM next cycle, and it's always going to be the maximum amount because they've shown us that they can't be trusted. And I'm still fiery about this, and will be for a while.
We can't tell. We'll get to write our own letter.
So, speaking on that, and I'm in total agreement with my colleagues about that. When we talk about mobilization of the piece, is there a way we can start mobilizing our communities and our families and things like that to go down, excuse me, to advocate for the stuff, for the things that we need as well? Is that something we can come up with, form, and so I want to work on that if we can, some way or form, shape or form, to where we can actually have our people go down and advocate for what we need.
Thanks, Chair Hollins. That's a great question. I've been in touch with a number of PTA leaders and other parents who are really interested in advocating. I've been sharing some information. I do have an advocacy toolkit on our government relations page, so there are definitely ways that they can engage independently or as a PTA. And I'll continue to share updates with those groups as well, but we can absolutely organize, a more cohesive day of action. I think if that's something the board wants to do, we can coordinate with our parents. We can bring board directors down to the Capitol. Last year, we had a great student day of action with our district student council that went really well. So it's definitely something we've done before and can continue to plan for this session and for the long session as well.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any disagreement from us up here as far as doing that. And so if you can help coordinate that, I'm willing to go down. I'm definitely going to bring Director Scott down as well.
Just stay clear when the collateral damage starts
Yeah,
happening.
that's okay. We go get that damage together. But I want to make sure that we are seized on the opportunity to let them put their money where their mouth is.
Thanks, directors. I can add some additions to this legislative agenda and recirculate it ahead of our next meeting.
So just maybe in the light of Chair Holland's comments, I do think it would be good for us to take our legislative agenda and share it with the delegation like as soon as possible. I know we have to vote. Maybe we could send them, this is what the draft that we're intending to pass next week, just because every day that goes, we're getting closer to session. I know, like, for the county, we met with all of Multnomah County legislators, and, like, here's what our agenda is. And so they're really clear from, at least from the county, what the agenda is, and I think we could go likewise, have a really strong statement collectively, but sooner rather than later. I also initially circulated another potential amendment. AVT has their apparently a $25 million ask, and we had talked about potentially adding a $500,000 ask for the due diligence. I don't know if there's an interest in adding it to the legislative agenda or having informal conversations about it.
As far as us paying for that?
No, adding it to the legislative request. There.
Oh, man, good.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it's my
make it clear
understanding.
that we're not paying for that.
Right. It's my understanding that their AVT is going to be they have a significant financial ask for capital from the state, and in our conversations and the recommendations from staff is that we need to do some due diligence. We don't have really any capital funds to pay that for, so we could make an accompanying ask if they are supporting the large capital contribution to AVT, that this would allow us to actually facilitate the capital spend. And I circulated some language. I could read it.
No, you can just send it around to us so we can have it for
Okay,
February
it's
2nd.
basically a direct $500,000 allocation to PPS for planning, design, real estate, professional services for phase 3 planning of a potential profit educational center relocation.
So you're going to just read it anyway, huh?
I am, because we're in a public meeting, like you all got it. It's just.
You should just say, I'm going to just read it anyway.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I have two quick things to
go
ask
ahead.
about. One, I know with our levy cap, we've had some conversations around strategy, and I think the idea is that in the short session, it's going to be very, very hard to get the levy cap raised. And I don't disagree with that analysis. I kind of want to come back, though, to the same conversation around funding. And we haven't decided as a board, we're going to have to decide pretty quickly, but it's going to kind of be simultaneous, like, are we going out for a renewal, are we going out for an increase, what are we doing? Are we in danger at all, though, if we don't, even if we don't think it's going to get passed, if we don't put it on as an official ask, are we in danger of then, having, particularly if our community's frustrated that maybe we can't raise the levy, and having the legislature come back and said, you didn't ask us to raise this cap? And so I just, again, sort of in the spirit of this, is it worth throwing that on the agenda just as a, hey, reminder, we asked this last session, didn't get it, we're going to ask for it again in the short session, and then, if we don't get it, we'll be back in the long session. Even if it's not something we put a lot of resources behind.
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Director Scott. I've been having some conversations with legislators prior to the session. We even had a bill ready to go this session, and I think, like what you said, the landscape is not great for us passing a big enough increase to the cap that would really preserve our funding in the long term. So I think we want to really go back to the drawing board and look at other solutions that we can bring forward and work on collaboratively with the legislature to identify. So I think my concern is that we want to give ourselves a little more time to work on that policy and have longer term conversations with electeds about it. We can still request an informational hearing on the issue and continue to raise this as something they're going to have to address in the long term. There are a lot of conversations happening about the state of public education funding happening. There's a study bill that Senator Dembro is introducing that's going to require the Legislative Policy and Research Office to study how the state funds the public education and look at the quality education model. And then there's the governor's work groups. So I think there's space in those areas where we can bring forward our issue, and they can sort of look at the local option levy in conjunction with these other public education issues.
And I would just ask, if we're not going to formally put it on, that we just, again, as you said, in these other ways, bring it up. And then actually, you touched on the second one. I want to make sure we're tracking very closely, particularly the QAM reform things. Dembro made some comments publicly during the teacher strike about wanting to go back and revisit QAM, and it wasn't in a positive way. It was in a let's revisit this so that we don't continue to get embarrassed as a legislature way. So I'm very concerned, about, the studies of that. Are they really designed to sort of say, hey, what's truly QEM? What would it take for a quality education? Or are they designed to take away what has become a political headache for the legislature? So I would just appreciate if the board could get updates on that as it moves forward and really carefully parse that language, what they're looking for. And then my last issue, I would just say, my understanding is there may be some bills introduced this short session around collective bargaining for teachers, and I would appreciate if the board could just be kept in the loop on what those bills are and what they would do. And we can have, if they are introduced, we can have a conversation about that. So.
Yeah, thanks, Director Scott. I'm happy to provide regular updates. I'm planning to provide weekly updates throughout the session, as well as more frequent ones related to bills we might want to testify on or advocate more in depth on. So you can look out for more information. We are expecting to see the whole universe of short session bills made public available in the next couple weeks. So there will be a lot more information that I can share.
I think there's one way to capture some of the issues you raised, and also the other issue I think that we should be visible on or have a point of view on is around the funding formula. And it looks like they're going to have some limited changes. At least the one on removing the percentage cap on students eligible for special education is a positive one. I do think we should flag just how we set up our legislative agenda. They should be by categories, and I think we should have a funding formula category so that as the conversation is moving on these issues, that Lisa has the authority to weigh in and advocate on things, but also so that we've sort of put a stake in the ground. So this is a pretty limited list. I will say that the county had 6 pages. This is a pretty limited list, and I think we could add something related to QEM that's under the school funding, and then also under the funding formula that our advocacy that larger urban districts that have higher costs of doing business, which aren't recognized, get recognized, but then again, it's putting a placeholder in the conversation. So it's not just we're going to make these funding formula changes and PPS doesn't have a point of view. It's we think there should be a larger conversation, and we think there should be some other elements added or weighted in different ways to address some of our cost of doing business from being an area. So those would be some, I don't know if you could come up with language, but it's more sharing our point of view, knowing that there's going to be a discussion about it without it being we support this specific legislation.
Yeah.
And I think you should come up with something on QEM, because I think they're gonna come up with a study, and I think we are gonna wanna have a point of view of something more than a like a point of view of what the study's outcome will be. And that's something that will be for debate, because they may be like, we're gonna study QAM, and we can advocate for, here's what we think, if, as you're studying it, that you should look at.
Some
or
guiding values,
yeah, exactly. But I think that could beef it up a little bit, and we could also have placeholders that would set us up for the next legislative session, when they're probably gonna go deep on those issues.
Thank you, Director Burmeister's. I'm happy to circulate some language to the board before our next meeting for you all to review. And, you know, I think that's a great point. There's a lot of other policies we can weigh in on throughout the session.
Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you. All right, so the rest of tonight's meeting, we will be discussing the bond planning. Chief Garcia?
Sure, Chair Holland. So based on prior board discussions, the next general obligation bond is anticipated to be presented to voters this upcoming November 2024. In order to refer a GO bond package or a general obligation bond package, the district must determine the amount of the GO bond, the financial plan, and the scope of projects. A GO bond referral must be made no later than mid-August. With high-level direction, staff will work further scope refinement review with a high-level direction, staff will work further to scope out refinement, review this with the Bond Accountability Committee, and of course, get critical community input. So we hope that tonight we can begin to get a sense of the board's priorities and parameters. We know that preparing a bond package is very complex and that we need to move quickly to be sure we have a thorough and thoughtful process by this summer. So with that, I'm turning it over to our COO, Dan Young.
Thank you. I was going to say some of those things. So I know we're running a little behind schedule, so my hope is to jump right into the meat of this topic and make our discussion as conversational as possible. As I mentioned before, it's a broad topic and there's no like one obvious kind of entry point into it. So I don't want to talk too much tonight, rather just we'll do a quick overview and then get into your questions and thoughts and comments. As you know, staff have been preparing for a potential general obligation bond vote in November of 2024. In your meeting packets tonight, there are 4 documents that I believe everyone has had some time to review. There's a staff report that attempts to provide some background and context to bond planning, conceptual bond scope of work and high-level cost ranges, sample bond financing options. There are more. That is just a handful of them. It's not an exhaustive list. That's a large topic in and of itself. And a document with 4 sample bond packages that include some pros and cons for each. As Jonathan noted, tonight's goal is to get board feedback on the primary bond development questions. What is the right bond principal amount? How should the bond be financed, and what projects should be included? So our hope is that the board can provide some guidance and general direction on each of these topics so we can then further refine the information and the options and return to the board with additional detail for further discussion. I will also note that there's a 4th important question, is that answering or confirming that November 2024 is the right time to request a general obligation bond from voters. I will note tonight we have some folks that can help answer some of the board's questions, including the Piper Sandler team, which is PPS's financial advisors. Carol and David are here, and Lauren might be online, maybe not. She's in a different time zone. She might be in bed, as well as various staff as well. A couple real quick important takeaways. Though there are many, PPS's capital needs are very big. The district has over 100 buildings, over 9 million square feet. About 2/3 of the facilities are considered in poor or critical condition, and the deferred maintenance backlog exceeds $1 billion. That number does not include planned capital renewal, facility improvements such as athletics, seismic upgrades, ADA improvements, or the ERP implementation, nor does it include costs of modernization projects such as Jefferson, Cleveland Wells, or Tubman, and others. So the needs are big. There's the summary. Regarding financing, there are a lot of different potential financing options, but all come with trade-offs. Tonight's materials include that financing matrix that attempts to highlight some of the dependencies between variables such as levy rate, interest costs, duration of the debt, and then the impacts to future bond revenue capacity. Understanding those options, those trade-offs are an important part of bond planning. With that, I'll pause and ask if there are any initial questions or thoughts. Okay, hearing none. The goal tonight is to get some people, I'm coming to the end, but I do have some prompts in case we got here. And here's, we'll try some of these prompts, see how these work. So regarding scope of work, we can start there. When you look at the sample projects or the sample options, is there any projects or scopes of work that jump out at you as like, that should definitely be in, or that should definitely be out? I think there's some that we've heard, but it'd be good to hear from the board in this context.
Are we looking at the sample bond options?
There's a couple areas you
There's
can
also
look.
a sample financing option, so those are two different.
Correct, and there's also this one where it says conceptual budgets.
Conceptual.
And down the left side is
There
kind
it
of
is.
categorize different potential scopes of work, and then there's a cost range. I know there's a lot of documents, there's a lot of footnotes and everything else.
Yeah, thank you. I needed the orientation to the document.
Right. And then the sample bond options document looks to provide some sample groupings and then kind of highlight the pros and cons of those.
Decarbonization, it just has a TBD.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, and I guess it's TBD, so maybe this is what it is, but when we're, for example, doing modernizations, that like part of the decarbonization is the new building is more carbon neutral,
Yeah.
or has less carbon. Is that what you're thinking, or are you thinking other things?
Yeah. It's a great question because the documents make it look like everything like fits perfectly into a category, and it's not quite that simple.
Well, it's kind of like seismic, because it's like,
Right.
okay, the biggest seismic
Exactly.
projects we do are the modernizations.
Exactly. So with some scopes of work like modernizations, they're going to have a decarbonization component to it. Roofs are going to have, they're going to increase energy efficiency. Those are going to have a decarbonization component to it. So there definitely is overlap, and we like projects that check multiple boxes. That line item is there is we're currently developing a decarbonization plan that is specific to the climate crisis response policy and the goals, the 2030 to the 2040 goals. It will likely have some scope of work that doesn't fit into other categories. An example might be, that I don't know yet, is like adding significant solar, right? And so that would be something that we would put into this category, if that makes sense.
What was the prompt? I'll go.
Oh,
I'll,
yeah.
I'll
There we
answer
go.
the prompt.
I forgot. Are there
Should
any?
we include more solar on the roofs?
Are there anything that you're interested in? Is that the
Is there any that you feel strongly that should be in a bond
okay?
package?
I'm gonna give you my.
Which one are we looking at?
He's just
We're looking at the conceptual.
he's giving us a prompt.
No, but we are looking at the.
Yes, conceptual bond budgets.
Okay. I just want to make sure we look at the same one because my computer went dead.
That was the same thing for me too.
Okay. So we're looking at the. Okay, so we're looking at the conceptual bond budget.
Right. So is there anything in there? And the samples have some components as well, and the memo's long. But are there, for example, specific modernization projects that you would think certainly should be in there, or are there other scopes of work that you might say, considering we know we can't take care of everything in one bite, deprioritize another scope of work?
Well, I think we need to prioritize the high schools. So, but then with all the buildings falling apart, I think, we also need to take care of them. So, if possible, we could go for the higher bond. Then you can do both. But then we have to raise our taxes, which probably people don't want, so, or do the long-range one. No, the long-range one doesn't even do that. Anyway, there's no right answer, but I think we do have to do the high schools. That's a priority for me.
Thank you.
I'm going to weigh in. I'm on multiple your future prompts. At least at a beginning stage, I'd like to look at the B1, which is the 1.5 billion principal amount that retains the current levy rate, and the projects within it. So that generates, it looks like, well, 1.5 billion. Enough revenue.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was trying to, it looked like he was going to, I'm like, he hasn't got to the 1.5.
Is that sample number 3?
Sample 3.
Yes, so there's two.
Yeah, but I'm just looking up there, so he has bond 1.5, then he has C1. You said B1.
Well, it's B1 on the sample bond fund. So I'm looking at raising enough money, retaining the levy rate, and raising enough money, so I'll give you my sort of categories that I'm interested in. Absolutely the last 2 high schools, that's been a promise to the community. The ADA work, since we're 50 years plus years since it passed, so the continuation of that work that we started last time. It would give you it would give staff an increment, not an insignificant amount, but for money for deferred maintenance, and then ERP and whatever the next phase of the ERP work, and also the Tubman project. And I think you could do that within the 1.5 billion. The trade-off may be that you, it says potential next bond 2040, which is significantly further out. But what I would like to offer to other people, because if you look at, if we increase the levy rate, we actually could, do more projects. But just because we go out for a bond and retain the rate and raise a significant amount of money, it doesn't mean we have to wait to 2040. If we did decide, if the future board decided they wanted to go out and raise another increment of money, you could always choose the option of raising the rates. So that's where just my first sort of take on where I would be as a priority standpoint.
I didn't want to cut you off. If we're done. I don't know if this is a you question or a Carol question, but can someone just explain the financing and the 16-year drop or 12-year drop? There are different options. It's a term I'm actually not familiar with.
I will invite Carol Samuels up. Oh, and David too.
I think so, yeah.
No.
Y'all waited all night for this moment.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Yay. Hi. I'm Carol Samuels. I'm with Piper Sandler, and we are financial advisor to the district, and we have run innumerable combinations over the course of the past, since 2005, maybe. In any case, to your question, Director Scott, if you can envision a graph of levy rates, and I have a picture.
Sure, I just put up.
Yeah, that would be great.
Jonathan, I'll send you something.
Oh, yeah.
You can keep explaining maybe while I put that up there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Can everybody sort of see this picture?
Sort of.
Yeah. Sort of.
I can
They're
see
going to
it.
put it up on screen for you.
Just some lines.
Black and blue and red.
So what you're looking at that I don't expect you to be able to see with any precision, is a picture of your historic, so the dark blue is the historic levy rate that has been attributable, and you're going to get a much clearer picture. That one. Thank you. Okay, so on the x-axis, you see dates. The dark blue is the actual levy rate that has been levied by Portland Public to pay for outstanding debt. The first year, that starts in 2025, that is colorful, shows you our projection of where things will be if you issue no other debt, okay? So this is the debt you've had issued in the past and the levy associated with that debt. Everybody with me so far? Yay. You can see there are things that we refer to, Director Scott, as levy drops that are designed intentionally to allow you to pursue additional capital projects into the future. This graph goes all the way out to 2049, I believe, which means that you have a lot of capacity after this next year to levy additional taxes for additional indebtedness. How you choose to fill those steps really gets back to what Dan was saying of trade-offs between getting significant amounts now, which will fill in those drops to a lesser or greater degree, or waiting, or some balance between those two. When scenario B1 talks about a 16-year drop, if you can kind of envision this graph, what you would see is a flat-ish levy until 2040, at which point you would go back on the ballot, presumably, if you wanted to fill the next drop. So rather than having drops every 4 years, which is what this graph indicates, it would give you a longer period of time, which allows you to raise more money right now.
And thank you. So it's helpful because, and we're also talking about different lengths of debt. And again, we know this, but those different lengths of debt, obviously the faster you pay it off, the less interest you pay, and the longer you pay it off, the more. And so just to compare B1, which raises $1.5 billion, but has $575 million of interest, it's 20-year debt. Right, and with a 16-year drop, meaning, and what that, just so I make sure I understand I'm following, so we're going to issue 20-year bonds, and then 16 years later, at about 2040, like you just said, there's a drop, and we could go out again. If you go all the way down to D1, this also raises $1.5 billion, but we'd be issuing 24-year debt, so longer debt, significantly more interest, right, $950 million of interest versus, $575, but you would be able to go back out earlier in 2032. And why is that? If it is the reason, so you're issuing longer debt, but it's in order to create that 8-year drop. Does that mean you're structuring it to pay more of it off up front? No, it must mean the opposite.
No, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
You're pushing it out further. So if you go back to the graph, Dan.
Yeah, and so are these different? These are not all level rate debt repayments. Some of these are back weighted or front weighted.
Well, all of them assume a levy, other than, I shouldn't say all. There are a couple of scenarios in here, B2, C1, that assume an increase in the $2.50 estimate that we've been working with historically. But the ones you've highlighted, B1 and D1, both estimate maintaining a levy rate of $2.50.
Right. Let me ask it a different way. Are all of the debt issuances, the level debt over the term of the debt, or do you think of structuring some of them? Terminology,
when we refer to a level levy, what we're talking about is a levy rate.
I'm actually asking about the bonds you're issuing.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're talking the same language. Level debt in our world means having annual debt service, principal and interest payments that is structured like your mortgage, where the dollars would be the same every year. Because we have assessed value that grows over time, if you issued true level debt, you would actually see a levy rate that declines. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. I was just curious whether the assumption in all of these was level debt or whether you were playing with any of the other
assumption
variables.
in all of these, based upon the levy rate maximum that you are comfortable estimating, assumes some period of level levy, not level debt.
Let me try one more time,
Yeah,
because I
okay.
feel like I'm maybe not as confused. When we issue the bonds,
Mhm.
right, we have a choice. Do we issue them at sort of, we're gonna make the same principal and interest payment for the next 20 years. We also could say, we're gonna do interest-only payments for the first 5 or 10 years, not recommended, but you could do that with, sort of huge escalating payments at the end, or you could do a really aggressive payment up front, right, that sort of decreases over time. I was just curious, are all of these using the same assumptions, or do you also play a little bit with the way you structure the debt repayment, which again, sometimes pays it off later, sometimes pays it off sooner?
Got it. Okay. All of these build in the same set of assumptions about repayment of debt in accordance with an assumed growth rate in your assessed value of 3% per year.
Okay, great. And then last question is a little bit more meta about sort of best practice, because it's sort of, as I'm looking through these scenarios, governments tend not to issue debt over 20 years. We can, but we don't like to. There are different principles around this, and on the one hand, interest rates go up the longer the debt. And I was actually surprised to learn when I got here that most of our debt from the previous bonds, 2013, 2017, was shorter term debt, much shorter than the life of the asset, and that I believe the 2020 bonds were longer. Like, were they 20-year bonds that we sold for 2020? But they were longer than what we had done in the past. I don't need to know the specifics. My question is more sort of principally, like, the reason you issue debt that matches the life, or doesn't exceed the life of your asset, but if you're building a 50-year building, it's perfectly appropriate to do 20-year debt because of its generational equity, right? And you're spreading the cost of that out to the people who are going to benefit from it. But it also seems to be restricting, like, our flexibility around, because it's taking longer to pay off. And so we've essentially, that other graph you had, we've stacked so much up that 2013, 17, 2020, if we go out with a 2024 bond at $1.5 million, we might just be sitting on that for the next 16 years. And I guess the question I'm asking is, from a best practice perspective, should we be trying to pay this debt off more quickly, issuing shorter term debt? Is it fine to be doing this? Are there things we should be doing differently in terms of the structuring?
Okay, a lot of questions there. So let me see if I can unpack that. There is obviously a trade-off between the length of the debt and the interest expense. I would say that most school districts in this state do issue long-term debt. 20 years in most cases. Occasionally, they will go out as long as 30 years. In many cases, however, that's necessary because the size of their tax base is so small that in order to generate a sufficient amount to build a high school or renovate a middle school, you know, whether it's in Portland or it's in Ontario, the costs are fairly similar. So that's one of the reasons you will see smaller districts maximize the term of their debt. Portland is in the somewhat fortunate position where you don't have to do that in order to generate the type of cash that you can utilize on projects in a given lifespan. So you have an opportunity, potentially, with trade-offs, to issue shorter-term debt, pay less in interest, and therefore maximize how much you can generate in principal at that same $2.50 level. But if you do that, and I would say, Director Scott, over the course of the past decade since you started issuing debt, the original conception was very short-term debt that would keep the interest expense very low, that over the years has been pushed longer and longer, largely with an eye towards generating sufficient capital to tackle some very expensive projects. So,
yeah, that's helpful. Is that, and I'm sorry, this is my last question, I swear. Is that bad?
I don't think there's a right answer here. I think that it is wholly legitimate for you as a board to weigh the trade-offs of being able to tackle some really crucial projects. I'm a Cleveland parent, and I would really like you to see your way clear towards getting Cleveland in your next bond package.
It's time.
I am one of many stakeholders in Portland Public Schools that all have legitimate issues, largely because Portland has vast needs that are really hard to tackle. That said, I think one thing you need to be mindful of is your capacity to actually tackle projects, because the amount of time you take between asking the voters for their support does not necessarily have to dictate how much you ask for. Part of how much you ask for, I appreciate that was sort of incoherent, so let me try again. If you go back, at least mentally, to the graph we were looking at, you have vast capacity there. That under no circumstances are we talking about filling in its entirety out to 2048, because you do have additional capital needs. Part of what's happening here is that you have vast needs and a somewhat constrained capacity to actually execute on those needs in the time frame that we historically had built into the election cycle. So is it bad to have long-term debt? No. I think, none of the options we're looking at here offend me in terms of the percentage of interest. And if you're looking at this as a long-term plan that will perennially renew itself, you could conceivably do what Director Prim Edwards was suggesting, which is go out for a structure that has maybe a 16-year drop. And then if you need additional funding before that 16 years is over, consider going to the voters. Or you could put together an option for $1.5 billion, which, because of the constraints on your need for funds, you are going to be issuing over an extended period of time, which means we're going to have multiple opportunities to shape the structure over the course of the period of time you need it.
Okay.
Still gonna be around for that?
I'll give my.
No, but he will.
I'll finish in 60.
And Lauren will.
I'll finish in 60 seconds. The high schools are an absolute must-have for me. It's a promise we made to the district, and I just those communities will abandon us if we abandon them. So that is just something. And I'm honest, I don't think we'll be able to pass a bond if we don't. And I will campaign against it if we don't include the finishing up the high schools. So just wanted. I'm only one board member, but I want to make it clear where I am on that. And I think I think we need to make a decision about where we go for this. What I also want to see is a long-term, and I say long-term, I mean 20 or 30 years. What we saw coming out of the strike was, and what we're seeing now with our fragile, infrastructure that, crumbles with some ice is, this disinvestment for decades. And we have started this great process, and I want to be part of a board that continues it. And whether that means, increases for 8 years from now, but we need to figure out how we replace all of our infrastructure and modernize all of our infrastructure, and it's going to take decades. But when we say decades go by faster than we think, right? And when we don't do anything, we find ourselves decades down the road without having done anything. So this next bond's really important. What comes after that's really important too. And I would love to see what's that plan for moving on to the middle schools and moving on to the elementary schools. Even if it's a 50-year plan, Metro does some 50-year visioning. The school board can do some 50-year visioning as well and figure out finishing high schools, moving on, doing all the other. And I totally agree with some of the ADA and safety stuff as well. So.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. I'm gonna be looking at either B1 or B2. Of course, I think I'm looking at the 1.5. I wish it could be 5 billion. I made that recommendation, but I guess no one took me up on that. When I look at some of the modernizations, and I understand the passion for some of the high schools, for all the high schools to get done. But when I look at situations like that we have right now, where we have elementary schools that's going to be down for 30 days, middle schools that's going to be down for 30 days, is doing both high schools right now where we at as a need for our school district now, rather than looking at those, because like for instance, if we have this storm in another 5 years, well, we might have 2 high schools, but then those same middle schools have this same issue or problem because we prioritizing our high schools. So I think we should take another look at that as far as, what our real needs is versus, I'm not going to say wants, but when we look at our kids and what do they need right now? Like for instance, do Markham need a new Ida B. Wells? Do our middle school need a new Ida B. Wells right now? So I would just kind of look at that, if we can look at those schools that can harm our kids right now. Not that you can't come back and do some of the high schools or later. So just a thought. I'm kind of confused. So when we look at sample 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are the ones that are correlated to the 1.5. So like sample 4 correlated to 1.5. I'm looking at the conceptual bond budgets.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom bolded row, there's the total dollar amount. So sample 1 and 2 total 850 million.
Gotcha.
Samples 3 and 4, 1.15.
Okay.
And just FYI on those numbers, the 850 million first came from when we were talking about financing options. We asked A2, like if we did 12 years at the lever rate, what would that number be? Roughly $150 million. So we matched a couple samples to that number. And then we said, well, let's give a bigger option. The 1.5 is just a bigger option. I wouldn't focus too much on that. I think the feedback would be good here is kind of smaller versus bigger, or super big if there's a $5 billion desire out there.
Man, I like that.
But not to
Jumbo.
fixate too much on the exact number. Jumbo, sure.
The jumbo. When I look at the facilities improvements, deferred maintenance on those, is that 700 million to 1 billion? And how much of that has been done in the previous bonds?
So the 700 million to 1 billion is, the district completed a facility condition assessment a few years ago, and that looked at not all scopes of work, but a lot of critical building scopes of work, and it's high level, rapid visual inspection. We estimate up to current with work that's already been completed, is it would take about $700 million over the next 10 years to address all of the deferred maintenance items that were identified back in 2020. It'd be $1 billion to address all of them. $700 million if we spent that much. That would take the overall district condition from FCI Facility Condition Index, which is just a ratio, from poor to fair. That is just deferred maintenance noted in 2020. It does not include additional capital renewal, such as any other maintenance that has gone into the critical state over the last 3 or 4 years, or just annual capital renewal needs. So those are additive. We don't have hard numbers of that. The memo talks about those are also big numbers, but we realize at some point in time the number's so big, we're not putting too much more analysis into it.
Yeah. ADA, I think it's important. I don't know what's the difference between outdoor spaces and athletics.
Outdoor spaces for here are like play spaces, covered play structures, playgrounds, depaving, parking lots, those sort of things, whereas athletics is specific to the athletic fields or the outdoor athletics.
Do you have a point of view about that?
Well, no, I just didn't know what
No,
the
just giving you a hard time.
I just have to figure what's the difference. And I hear the ERP is something that we really need to do. So I guess I would want that in there. I think that's kind of where my priorities are. I wasn't here to make promises to the community. I don't think boards should be making promises for future boards to have to uphold. That's just my own personal thoughts. So I'm not, like I said, if we can look at some of our most neediest schools, I'm okay with, maybe doing one high school.
One high school and a middle school?
Yeah, a middle school, elementary school. Well, we got them. Whether we want to believe it or not.
I'm dead.
But I guess I just look at what's happening right now and look like, we got great high schools, but then how did that help our kids at Markham right now?
Because those kids all attend high school.
Huh?
That's the reason why the high schools were done, because all those kids are going to attend the high schools.
No, I get that, but right now they're not attending anywhere.
Yeah, I need to say, on behalf of particularly my zone, Ida B. Wells, I mean, these communities have waited. They have waited and they have funded these bonds. They have supported these bonds, what we did Roosevelt, what we did Lincoln, what we did Grant, what we've now we're doing Jefferson, and they funded and waited. And so honestly going back and saying, hey, you've waited a decade, and we kept telling you, but it's a new board and new people, and so we're changing our minds. those people will actively oppose the next bond because, again, we weren't here. There's nobody bound this board to make the promise, but that doesn't mean that promise wasn't made. And so we need to make a decision: do we uphold that promise or do we change course? And then there are real consequences from changing course.
Yeah, but I think every community has helped pass the bond. The Markham community helped pass the bond.
Yeah, but those other communities have all gotten their high schools. There's only two that haven't.
That's just where I'm at. I'm just looking at our needs versus our wants. I know we want to do our high schools, but our kids might need something else. And I just don't want us to just focus on the wants versus and overlook the needs that might happen, even though, yes, there was promises made that they would get their high schools. If I need a heart transplant versus one to redo my nose, yeah, I might want to redo my nose, and it's great, and I made a promise to myself to make my nose better, but I need a new heart. So I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that we're not focused on just the wants because we said we were going to do that versus what we actually need and our kids actually need today or tomorrow or the next day. That's all I'm saying.
There's lots of kids with lots of needs. You're looking at the Markham kids.
Absolutely.
There's the high school kids.
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying.
Also, if you look at sample 3, it takes care of both. But we have to raise the either the levy rate, or I suppose we could do that by extending the loan.
No, you can do B1 and do both the high schools, get deferred maintenance, ERP. I mean, and the trade-off is you're going to have a longer period of time.
Yeah.
And in 6 years, a board could decide we're going to ask to raise the levy rate, right, Carol? Absolutely. So if there's a decision in 6 years, like, hey, we got the high schools done. I should also note that in the 2020 bond, there was $20 million in planning and design for both of those high schools. So the concept was they're going to be shovel ready for the next, because the decision was made only one high school go, and Jefferson went because there were a lot of other needs. But they were going to be shovel. Cleveland and Ida B. Wells would be shovel ready, so they both had $20 million in planning.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
we have an investment
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just looking at, in 6 years or 5 years, we have another storm and we got our high schools done. Are those elementary schools going to be in a position? And it could be more because that's the declining conditions of our middle schools and elementary schools. They're getting worse. They're not getting better. Are we looking at having 4 schools in something else come up like this we have to figure out what we do for our kids for the next 30 or 45 days? I'm sure those parents ain't, thinking about, oh, well, we got a high school, so I'm okay with my kids being out of school for the next 30 days either. So I just want us to make sure we're looking at the true needs versus just what we want or what we say we're going to do at this time for that. Also, we're talking about the K-12, K-5 learning lab. Well, we're talking that's the I'm assuming that is the Kairos and the Center for Black Excellence piece, right?
I apologize, I was taking notes.
The K-5 Learning Lab?
Correct. That is the component of with the Center for Black Student Excellence, where it would be likely long-term lease or some sort of structure.
Yes, and I think only but one of the scenarios puts that in there. But I guess for me, if we're asking an entity to move, that it seemed like that would be a priority. At least for me, it would be a priority to make sure we make them whole, or the repercussions could be they don't move, right? They have the option.
I mean, Tubman doesn't move. Yeah, either Tubman doesn't move or has to find an option that is more economical.
So that would be my priorities: the K-5 Learning Lab, Tubman, one of the high schools, and that's where I'm at.
So I think one thing I would say is on the, you could choose a sample, but this is just a sample. So for example, you could say on number 3, like, we're not gonna do the, sorry, Don, we're not gonna do the device refresh or the data center. That's 35 million, and then come up with another 40 million, something else, and you could plug it in the,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
for the learning lab.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying those are my, like I said, those will be my
So this
main
is-
priorities as far as the modernization. Because you can do the same thing with deferred maintenance too, I'm assuming. Instead of being 400 million, you can say it could be 350 or 100, right?
or 500.
Yeah, there's I suppose, an unlimited number of options between the puts and takes.
Yeah.
May I weigh in? So on the sample financing options, it was B1 or B2, but I think B1 in particular, because it maintains the existing levy rate of 250, still gets us at the 1.5 billion, which I would be in preference of going for a higher amount, maybe not 500 billion, but just 5. Well, it's, you know, people have to pay taxes and I don't, you know, of the samples here, I absolutely think we do need to complete the modernizations because of the expectation that when we put this on the bond last time in 2020, we promised that we would do the master planning for Cleveland and Ida B. Wells with the expectation that we would put, in fact, I think we might have even said that we were gonna, in the next bond, we would put the dollars in to construct those buildings because the planning would be complete. But in sample 3, it continues to modernize, but I don't see the ongoing, the deferred maintenance in here, and that's bothersome, particularly because I think to Chair Holland's point, we might see more storm events and we might have needs in these communities, and so why not invest in maintaining what we have until we can patch everything together? And I don't see that in sample 3, and I don't see the ADA funds in sample 3, which I think is an important investment in completing those, as many ADA construction improvements as we can.
I do think it's in sample 3, it is.
It says
got
the
deferred maintenance
cons-
and ADA on sample 3.
So sample 3 includes $400 million for deferred maintenance. And I think, when we look at the cons, I think what it says is because one of the things that I'm focused on here, but on the samples at the top on this document,
I think I might be looking at the wrong document, which isn't surprising.
But a point I think where I was thinking you were going is, we noted estimated time to complete that scope of work. And that changes, and the memo talks about, you know, for this level of analysis, we think it's reasonable, depending on the scope that's in the bond, that the district could spend somewhere between $150 and $250 million a year. When you have fewer projects and larger projects, it's easier to spend that higher amount. We've seen that in the past when we have multiple modernizations going on at once. When you have lots of smaller projects at existing schools, where often that work can only be completed, you know, in the summers or on weekends, et cetera, that overall amount starts to go down. And so I think, you know, what the deferred maintenance piece is trying to balance of, okay, we have $400 million, but if that's over 12 or 14 years, that's not a lot of investment over that time. And so what I think we would ultimately see in that, and I think as we develop this further, we'll try to be more concise about it, is we would spend most of that money in the first, say, 6 or 7 years, and then there really wouldn't be much for deferred maintenance after that, unless there was, as Julie was pointing out, another bond then that increased the levy rate. So we'll try and tease some of those details out more as we do this iterative process.
I'm also wondering, just out loud, is there an order of decision making that we need to accommodate today? Like, is it important to talk about the total package and the rate first and then develop a scope of work? Or are we making all of these, or, you know, is there a menu to choose from? There is somewhat of a menu. But I'm confused by, there's so many decisions in this discussion.
Yeah, and I don't know if other board members feel like there's a linear way. I think you can come at it multiple ways. You can look at, here's what our needs are, and we try to address like the needs, but we know the needs are greater than what you can accomplish in one bond. Sometimes it's better to then take a break from that and look at what can the district afford. And you can define afford as what will the taxpayers willing to pay for, how much money can you actually expend over the life of that bond. When do you need those funds? Something we haven't brought up is, come November of this year, we'll have roughly $600 million of existing bond funds. So we have effectively years of work. If there's another bond in 2024, some of that work will start sooner than later, but ultimately work will get, if it's a $1.5 billion bond, there's a lot of work that won't start for, 8-10 years. And so it's really balancing all of these different variables.
For what it's worth, Director DePass, the method I used is what did I want to pay for? Or what did I want to buy on the list, which gave me a rough sum of money. And then I thought also retain the rate for right now is important. And then look through the options to which one fit
Mostly.
to what the amount of money that I thought we needed to generate. I mean, some of them they just don't generate. Like if you wanted to keep the high schools, some of them aren't even viable because you would either not be able to do both of them or that's all you'd be able to do.
Right. That's helpful, thank you.
Also make one note, we're taking notes and starting to get some, I don't know everyone's provided feedback yet, but one of the other prompts was a question about the levy rate. If board members feel strongly about retaining the levy rate, that's been kind of the path that's been set for the last decade, or does the board want to consider an increase? Just something also to think about if you have strong feelings.
Well, I know I asked you at our meeting, is it possible to offer them a choice? Offer them one at 2.5 and another one at 4.5 and say what it's going to do and see which one they vote for.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen it once, and perhaps the reason I've only seen it once is voters opted to vote no on both.
On both, okay. I was
So-
afraid they might.
Interesting. Was it too many choices? Like that choice overload, or just?
It could have been a whole host of reasons. I do think while theoretically you could do that, it could lead to confusion. And generally confusion is not a positive attitude.
To that question, I'll just go back to what Director Brim-Edwards said. I think she said it well, that, I think there's I lean towards keeping the levy rate where it is for this November. I think there are still options for future boards to raise it as needed, but I think given where we are with the drop we have coming up, and what we've told voters about 2024, I think going back out, renewing at that levy rate, and again, there's options within that levy rate, how we structure it, but that's where I would lean.
That's kind of where I'm falling as well, just because people are hurting and wages aren't going up that high and people are feeling burdened by the taxes.
Yeah, I agree. On with to keep it the renewal rate at the 250 mark.
They're also tired of their schools falling apart, though.
Yeah, they
So
are.
it's rough.
It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If you're really tired of your schools falling apart, then it might cost a little bit more money on your.
Well, and the difference too
taxes.
is the difference is really the amount of interest we'd be paying versus we still get the same amount. So whether you go up to 3 and you still getting 1.5 bill for either one, it's just the amount of interest that just look at the amount of interest we are going to have and the time we can go out for the next one from what I'm looking at.
Director Hollins, if I might offer one recommendation, I would strongly encourage when you put your ballot title together that you opt for a maturity. So in the ballot title, you are required to have an amount, you're required to have a not to exceed maturity length, and you're required to have a description of how you're going to spend the money. When it comes to the maturity, I would encourage you to put a longer term maturity in, say 25 years, because you can always issue for a shorter period of time. And this is the practice the district has followed in the past. And given what Dan just said about how long it may take to tackle some of these projects, you are going to be issuing this bond in tranches, just like you've done in the past. And you can accommodate needs as they come up in the structure of each successive bond. So it may come that now you issue a bond that is short-term, but 4 to 8 years from now, perhaps you want to go back on the ballot sooner than that, and that gives you the ability to structure and shepherd your needs in the circumstances you have at that time.
It seems like what you're saying, it give us more flexibility.
Yes.
To do it. Gotcha. Now, the maturity is different from the approximate length of debt.
Yeah, Chair Hollins, members of the board, David Williams, newest member of the Piper Sandler team, and not just an opportunity to grab the mic and say hello. I recently joined the team after a 25-year career in education, including 5 years here in this illustrious building as your government relations director from 2010 to 2014, where I was unsuccessful in getting QEM delivered from the state. So you can blame previous successions of Lisa's predecessors in this job. I think a couple of things as well to ground this. Carol mentioned the things that you are required to put in the ballot. We have a lot of conversation tonight about levy rate. It is important to note the voters do not approve a levy rate for capital bonds. They approve a levy rate for your local option levy, and that is a fixed rate that then is applied. When it comes to bonds, they are approving a total indebtedness. So to simplify it for many of the districts we work with who are not issuing in a stepped structure, they are issuing one big chunk of debt in order to, say, build a singular building. And they'll issue a bond that matures in 20 years and provides a roughly approximate level levy to a taxpayer. But how that manifests itself is they have debt that has annual debt payments that go with that, principal and interest, and the district sends that aggregate dollar amount. Let's say that's $10 million a year in debt service payments. They send a $10 million bill to the county assessor, and the assessor determines the calculation to apply that to every single property taxpayer in the jurisdiction. So year over year, if you look at the past graphs and you look at the gray bars, year over year, there is slight difference in those. We work, and the district's interest has been to maintain that levy approximate $2.50 for some time now. And so in our structuring of both the short-term and long-term debt tranches that the district has done, we have structured them such to maintain that estimated levy rate at $2.50 going forward. But it is important the voters do not approve a levy rate when it comes to capital construction bonds. I think that couches that, and you think about the decision tree of what you go through. The specific decisions that are put to the voters are total indebtedness, maximum total indebtedness, maximum duration, and the description of the projects. Those are the three things that voters approve on the ballot. All the other stuff is information that helps them make a decision, but but those are the three things that get approved by the voters.
Okay, now I'm more confused.
That was not the intent.
So, to make sure I understand, so you're saying the only thing that goes on the ballot is the $1.5 billion? That's the only thing that goes on the ballot. The information inside the ballot talks about if it's 2.5% of your property per 1,000 or what have you.
So for instance, if the board shorthanded it today, said, we're gonna go with B1 on this option and whatever scenario you were able to pay for with that B1, right? Maybe that's sample 3, let's call it. On the ballot title itself, you would ask for authorization to issue $1.5 billion in debt with a maturity not to exceed 20 years. We would probably say 21 or 25, but you would say a maturity not to exceed X number of years. And then you'd have a list of projects or a description. In your case, that description would be roughly vague because the 1.5 billion is a lot to fit into 100 words, right? Other districts can fit it in 100 words, you cannot. But you'd have a rough description with which you're able to cover all of that work of projects. And then you would, because it has been standard practice for the last about 10 years for districts to put in at the very end that it is estimated to, in your instance, you would say, if you did B1, estimated to maintain the existing rate of $2.50 per 1,000 of assessed value. That's how you would describe it on the ballot.
And that's optional?
So it is technically not a requirement in statute. The Secretary of State strongly encourages it, and that we get wonky. There used to be this whole thing of safe harbor provisions, and that was the way the Secretary of State would give you safe harbor to use that in your campaign materials as an institution. It has become very standard practice, I would say, strongly encouraged to include the estimated levy rate in the ballot title.
Is that a hindrance?
I haven't seen it be one.
I'm just curious if what would be more advantageous if we didn't have it at all?
I mean, certainly for your instance, if you're looking to maintain, so put on my political hat, if you're looking to maintain an existing rate, I would think you would want to include it. Because you want to signal to the voters that there's not an intent to raise your taxes above your existing rate.
Yeah.
Other districts have certain challenges when they're trying to maybe stack debt on top. If you did B1 and you came back in 4 or 8 years and said, we want to do another bond that's maybe going to cost an additional $1 per thousand on top of that 250, you might get more nuanced in how you talk about that increment, and we can deal with that at that point if that's the desire. Or if you were to go with, say, C1 at $4.50, a $2 increase, there are other nuanced ways to talk about that estimate in the ballot title, but it is an estimate.
And it is optional.
I think it was on our last, at least the last one, and that's how we talked about this, was it's not an increase.
I have not seen a school district in the last at least 5 years that has not put a levy estimate in their ballot title.
All right, so to make sure that we kind of just bring everything in together. So what I am hearing is majority of the board is saying at the very least we're looking at 1.5 with the renewal rate around 250, and then we can figure out which way to structure that. And then you have the whole what we're going to pay for it and all that stuff. Any other direction?
Also, this is very helpful. Staff can take this away and bring back more updated information. I'll throw out 3 quick questions. If there's any concern on timing for November of 2024, it's not a requirement to go in November. That's been our target. The overall, is there any additional information, specific information that you need? And to prompt, in previous conversations, I've heard a lot of Jefferson's a priority for the next bond. I didn't hear that specifically here tonight, but I've heard that before, so I just want to put it out there that that is what I've heard, and if there are head nods, we'll make sure to include that.
May I
in future
ask?
iterations.
we would need to put it on the future bond, any future bond, in order to complete this Plan B. Is that correct?
Correct.
I would say it's a priority.
Hold on, I'm just making sure. So it has to go on this next bond in order to be completed, even though we have $650 million that's going to be available at the end of the year.
We have, so of the $1.2 billion 2020 bond, about $600 million has yet to be spent on all of the projects.
Including Jeff.
Including Jeff.
Okay, and so are we anticipating Jeff to be way more, even with the new?
We are anticipating it to be more than what is available within the 2020 bond.
And what was available for the 2020?
1.2 billion total for all.
No, I
the
mean, what
scope
was
of work.
allocated for Jeff?
The Jeff original budget, I'm gonna shoot. from
I know the
memory what
number.
that was.
It's 311 million.
Was the original number. The latest budget was 366, I think, and the latest estimates were above that. So 55 million from contingency had been added to it
And
from
we
the
had-
2020 bond.
Right, and that contingency for that one, I'm assuming it was almost $90 million,
Yeah,
right?
correct.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, the 2017 bond ended up being short for Benson. And because the language is general enough, it wasn't that we just structured the next bond to just say the completion of Benson. But even the language we had in the first bond didn't say it had to be completed. So we have had a high school straddle a bond before.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. I'm just trying to help. We have 650 and we have 311 that was allocated for, and even though we got 366, what happens to the other $240 million?
It's for the other projects that are in the 2020 bond. So like the SRGP projects, for example, roof replacements that at work, the ADA improvements that are happening, the security improvements, all of those are the other funded projects.
Okay.
It would be
Any other
great
questions?
also- It would be great also to get since Director Wong wasn't through the end of the meeting, to just make
he
sure
ain't
that
there?
we include.
Oh, I thought he was still here.
No, I think he's gone. But to include, at least make sure that we get a pass from
Yeah.
his point of view.
All right. Any other questions?
We'll follow up with Director Wong.
It looks like Eddie Wong is
No, he's still
speaking.
here. Go ahead, Eddie.
We'll see if he's really there.
We can't hear you, but we can see that you're talking.
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. What was the question?
Nothing.
Okay, we'll follow up. We'll follow up with you later.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the question earlier because I think the mic wasn't on or something.
No worries. We'll catch up with you after tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
All right. Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
No, I do have a quick question. In terms of deferred maintenance, that's kind of where a lot of my concerns are, because deferred maintenance just gets more expensive the more you defer it, right? How much of this deferred maintenance may be wiped out? I mean, if we're talking about a 50-year plan, in terms of scope of the order of operations, right? We were getting our high schools first because they serve our largest populations, and that hopefully wipes out temporarily some of the deferred maintenance, right? But as we move down to middle school and elementary school, does some of that, has that been factored into some of the cost estimates, or in terms of pros and cons in terms of, I guess it's late and I've been driving all day, so my word's not good right now, so I'm sorry. But I don't know if that came out across so clear.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly when we do modernizations work, if we replace the school, that takes care of that deferred maintenance. And the more modernization work that you can get to, that chips away at the deferred maintenance. Just something that I'll kind of leave this group with. Let's say we were able to modernize all the district in 10 years or whatever. The district is going to want to get to a place, and I think this is where Director Scott's kind of, that 50-year plan is of not just addressing deferred maintenance, hopefully that's a small number, but actual having funds set aside for capital renewal. So you're actually planning, right now we're largely, deferred maintenance is fixing broken things. We want, and things that have been broken for a long time, when you have the deferred maintenance that the district has, we'd like to get into a path where we're modernizing, we're addressing the deferred maintenance, and then we're actually setting capital aside for capital renewal and planning for those things before they become critical building systems and we have plumbing failures, electrical system failures, et cetera.
Oh, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and then you mentioned, you asked about if it was an issue with passing it this year or doing it next year?
If there was just any concerns about the November 2024 ballot.
I don't know.
Is that versus a special election?
So, I mean, the presidential election year traditionally has been the time. It's a favorable electorate. It's a little bit easier of a campaign to run. It also gets, frankly, it's a little bit further down the ballot. So I think there's real advantages there. So I would like to keep it there with the caveat of, I think, seeing what happens with our levy in May will be key. And if something weird and shocking happens with our levy in May, we may need to rethink November. But I mean, it's tough to run 2 campaigns in a year, but I also feel like if we put it off,
I'm confident in you.
we've got the we've got the danger of putting it off and going in a May election or a November off-year election, which gets more challenging.
Oh, just a question. Are some of our deferred maintenance being taken care of by insurance with our, leaky roofs? Or collapsed roofs or whatever?
When there are system failures, insurance can kick in, but they don't take care of preventative pre-failure situations.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, comments, thoughts? All right, gonna adjourn the meeting. Next meeting is on February 6th.